Welcome to meeting number 136 of the House of Commons Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs. As always, I want to start by acknowledging that we are gathered on the ancestral and unceded territory of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe people, and to express gratitude that we're able to do the important work of this committee on lands that they've stewarded since time immemorial. Pursuant to Standing Order 1082 and the motion adopted by the committee on Tuesday, February 1st, 2022, and the order of reference of Tuesday, November 19th, 2024, the committee is resuming its study of the barriers to Indigenous economic development. And I do want to welcome our witnesses for the first panel. We have the Honourable Jean-Yves Duclos, the Minister of Public Services and Procurement, the Honourable Patty Hajdu, Minister of Indigenous Services, and they will be joined by officials from the Department of Indigenous Services, including Gina Wilson, Deputy Minister, Keith Kahn, Assistant Deputy Minister, Lands and Economic Development, Jessica Sultan, Director General, Economic Policy Development, and from the Department of Public Works and Government Services, we have Ariane Reza, the Deputy Minister, Catherine Poulin, Assistant Deputy Minister, Departmental Oversight Branch. So, Ministers, welcome. You will each have 10 minutes for your opening statements, after which we will proceed to the rounds of questions, and we will start with Minister Duclos.
There you go, you're first. We were taking bets about who was first. He lost.
It's alphabetical.
Patty and I thought you would start with the best one and leave the other one after, but that is your choice, Chair. You're
always a charmer, always a charmer.
You're the decision maker. Et j'aimerais commencer évidemment par vous remercier de nous avoir.
And I'd like to start by thanking you for having invited me and Minister Hajdu to discuss the important issue of Indigenous procurement. I'd like to begin by acknowledging that the land on which we're meeting is the traditional unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe peoples. I am accompanied, as you said, today by two officials from Public Services and Procurement Canada, the Deputy Minister, Ariane Reza, and the Assistant Deputy Minister, Department Oversight Branch, Catherine Poulin. The Government of Canada recognizes the negative and ongoing impact of colonization on the self-determination and the economic independence of Indigenous peoples. My department, PSPC, has been working on the reconciliation efforts by ensuring that Indigenous companies and entrepreneurs are involved in the Government of Canada's procurement process. The procurement strategy is very important as a government tool for economic reconciliation and has been so for many years. Here are some tangible results and successes. First of all, PSPC's work with Indigenous peoples to integrate arts, Indigenous themes, and Indigenous materials in parliamentary precinct projects such as the Centre Block, the new Parliament Welcome Block, the grounds of Canada Parliament held in the Block 2 redevelopment project.
Initiative to modernize pilot and aircrew training for the Royal Canadian Air Force, which includes a clear commitment to dedicate at least 5% of the contract value to creating professional and skilled employment opportunities for Indigenous workers from apprenticeships to executive roles. Or the new Canada Dental Care Plan with a 3-year partnership between Sun Life and the tribal Wee-Che-Wee-Win Capital Corporation that will create more than 175 jobs in Winnipeg. To achieve this, the government relies on the Indigenous Business Directory to administer the strategy, and I know that Indigenous Services Canada is working very well and very strongly with its partners and exploring new ways to improve the registration and validation processes. In the last year, the government has taken firm action to protect the integrity of that important federal procurement system from the effects of bad actors. The process of addressing fraudulent cases must be free of any political interference. And that is why at PSPC we created the Office of Supplier Integrity and Compliance, or OSIC, to enhance the department's capacity to respond to instances of supplier wrongdoing. OSIC is acting independently from political interference and already ruled against cases where there were concerns of wrongdoing. We also introduced a new ineligibility and suspension policy to provide OSIC with a range of actions on a much broader scope of misconduct. For example, suppliers who violate the integrity of the procurement process can be suspended and debarred, even without a criminal charge or conviction. Mr. Chair, the process by which concerns are assessed by OSIC can happen in two ways. First, departments and agencies can come forward with concerns about wrongdoing, and second, OSIC can also initiate an assessment itself based on information provided by a trusted source. In other case, Mr. Chair, it is critical that PSPC is made aware of wrongdoing as soon as possible so steps can be taken to rectify the situation. And I can tell you that officials at my department are actively engaged with other federal organizations to ensure that instances of supplier misconduct are promptly referred to OSIC. In closing, Mr. Chair, PSPC will continue to use the government's buying power to help advance economic reconciliation. Canada's prosperity cannot afford to exclude the diverse range of skills and experience Indigenous businesses and people contribute. To realize this potential, we must also safeguard the integrity of Canada's federal procurement system and ensure value for money. Thank you, and I would eventually be very happy to answer the committee's questions.
Thank you very much, Minister Duclos. And with that, we'll move on to our next witness, the Honourable Patty Hajdu. You have 10 minutes or less for your opening remarks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and it's a great place that my colleague has left off, because my role here today is to highlight the importance of fostering strong Indigenous economic opportunities through programs like the PSIB, or the Procurement Strategy for Indigenous Business. For decades, Indigenous peoples were intentionally excluded from opportunities to develop local economies and participate more broadly in the national economy. The short-sighted policies of previous governments meant that, whether intentional or as a consequence of exclusionary policy, Indigenous businesses and economies have been held back. But that is short-sighted for Indigenous peoples and communities and Canada's economy alike. Supporting Indigenous entrepreneurs who are job creators or making access to capital available for major projects is good for people, communities, and Canada's overall economy. Investing in Indigenous communities and building up Indigenous businesses and entrepreneurs benefits all Canadians. According to the 2022 National Indigenous Economic Strategy for Canada, the continued exclusion of Indigenous peoples costs the Canadian economy $27.7 billion every year. The National Indigenous Economic Development Board found that closing the existing employment gap could help lift over 150,000 Indigenous people out of poverty. There is a real cost to inaction. Indigenous people are an untapped resource in Canada's market. Since 2015, we've been focused on strengthening self-determination and building capacity so Indigenous peoples have the tools and resources to fully participate in the economy on their own terms. Federal funding for programs like the Aboriginal Entrepreneurship Program, managed by the National Aboriginal Capital Corporations Association and Métis Capital Corporations, is creating opportunities for First Nations, Inuit, and Métis business owners to launch or grow their businesses. Indigenous financial institutions have existed since the late 1980s. Over the past 35 years, the program has issued approximately 52,000 business loans worth $3.2 billion, with a repayment rate of over 95%. For every $1 million lent by Indigenous financial institutions, $3.6 million is produced in total gross domestic product, GDP, for Canada. Successive governments have recognized that access to capital is a key to economic reconciliation, and that the results of these investments can be seen in communities across the country. For example, Ulnuweg Development Corp. Inc., the Indigenous financial institution for the Atlantic, has played a key role in supporting Indigenous entrepreneurs. To date, it's funded over 1,900 projects worth over $71 million. And this funding has supported entrepreneurs in the fishing, aquaculture, and marine servicing industries, creating a strong First Nations-led industry in the region and boosting the local economy. Investing in Indigenous communities and building up Indigenous businesses and entrepreneurs benefits all regions in our country. It's why Budget 2024 announced $319.8 million over 5 years to provide much-needed additional capital for Indigenous financial institutions and Métis capital corporations to support the growing needs of entrepreneurs. While investing in Indigenous business is important, it starts with a strong base. Building up communities with new or renovated schools, healthcare centres, water treatment plants, all-season roads, and housing is investing in Canada's productivity and economy overall. A recent report from the AFN found that every dollar invested in infrastructure generates $1.82 in economic output for First Nations communities. Since 2015, we've increased funding for education, health, infrastructure, and housing by over 1,100%. We're working with partners on community-led solutions, and we're making progress. For example, to close the housing gap, we've supported 5,300 housing projects in 611 First Nations communities since April of 2016. More kindergarten to grade 12 schools are being built so children can access high-quality education without leaving home, including in communities like Tataskvek Cree Nation in northern Manitoba, Yabtamung First Nation in northern Ontario, Piikani First Nation in Alberta. Strong communities produce strong community members, who in turn are the leaders that will shape the decades to come. Procurement is another key part of building the Indigenous economy. The National Indigenous Economic Strategy, which was developed by over 20 Indigenous organizations, sees procurement as a key component of accessing financial capital so that Indigenous peoples can achieve economic and social prosperity on their own terms. The strategy also recommends that all levels of government and industry have mandatory Indigenous procurement targets. In 2021, the federal government implemented a 5% Indigenous procurement target set for all departments. Tabitha Bull, some of you have heard from her, CEO of the Canadian Council for Indigenous Business, called it a pivotal moment in harnessing the potential of the Indigenous economy. And since then, the value of contracts going to Indigenous businesses has increased to approximately $1.6 billion. And there's tangible economic benefits to companies who have, for the first time, the Government of Canada for their customer. From experience to system navigation to growth of opportunity, government procurement can be a valuable component in the sales trajectory of an Indigenous company. Now that we're seeing success in bringing Indigenous companies into the sphere of government procurement, the federal government is working with partners to transform the procurement strategy. It's clear that this program must be transformed and transferred to the control of partners. To do so respects the principles of self-determination and responds to the calls from Indigenous leaders themselves. Central to advancing self-determination and economic reconciliation is ensuring that Indigenous peoples participate in and shape the decisions that deeply affect them. It's why I convened with the private sector, Indigenous leadership, and other government departments 2 economic reconciliation roundtables to date, and others planned for 2025, to identify and create solutions to government and corporate barriers to Indigenous economic activity. And we're using that information as we work with partners on a renewed federal economic policy to support First Nations, Inuit, and Métis economic development. I can see by the focus of the members in this committee that we agree the federal government has a real opportunity and a role to foster Indigenous economic prosperity, including by safeguarding the 5% minimum target and the procurement strategy for Indigenous businesses. Programs that increase economic activity across Canada is just common sense. The continued exclusion of Indigenous people from the economy costs the Canadian economy, as I said before, $27.7 billion every year. And so we can't afford to ignore opportunities to build up this economy. By working together to remove barriers to economic development and to supporting Indigenous businesses, we are making progress towards long-term well-being and prosperity in communities across Canada. I look forward to answering your questions and further discussing the importance of economic reconciliation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. And that concludes the opening remarks. We'll move into our first panel, our first round of questions, the 6-minute round, starting with the Conservative Party and Mr. Barrett.
Minister Hajdu, a former auditor for the Indigenous Procurement Program has stated that your Liberal government was warned about specific cases of alleged fraud. He said the government hamstrung auditors and repeatedly ignored warnings that the program was being abused by non-Indigenous companies. Why did you ignore the auditor's warnings?
Well, first of all, I was deeply concerned to hear of this weekend. It was the first I heard of this allegation, and it took immediate action with the department, and I am calling for a full external audit of the program.
A full external audit. In the case that's been outlined in the remarks of the former auditor, we see that having the government check its own work is not actually oversight. Are you able to tell us at whose direction Indigenous Services Canada determined that the department would take on full responsibility for confirming the eligibility of Indigenous businesses for the program after 2021?
Well, what I can say is, first of all, I just want to thank you for the question, and it's clear by your question that we agree that a 5% procurement target is important and that we need to ensure that any program like this has integrity. So I appreciate the question. And I agree with you that if we don't have integrity of this program, that we're not actually going to be able to satisfy not just Canadians. These allegations, they're very serious. As I said, I'm extremely concerned. I found out about these concerns this weekend and took immediate action to call for an external audit. The department is working now on what that will look like and will come back to me with a plan.
Minister, is it your belief today that the program has integrity?
It is my belief that there are many aspects of the program that are delivering for Indigenous companies. But look, even some misuse of the program puts the program at risk. And so for me, an allegation like that auditor has made is very serious. And I think we should all take it seriously and we should act on it.
Minister Duclos, were you aware of Randy Boissonneau's claims of Indigenous heritage that were echoed and promoted by the Liberal Party of Canada, both on their social media and in fundraising efforts? Were you aware that he had made those claims?
Comme vous, je suis l'actualité.
Like you, I read the news, I listen to my colleagues' remarks, and like you, or maybe less than you, because last week we heard MP Randy Boissonneau speak about that issue.
Raised off of what was a false claim. It was a lie that had been put forward. Now, if the lie was not Mr. Boissonneau, and Mr. Boissonneau claims it wasn't him who told the lie, in which case that would rest with the Liberal Party. They fundraised off it, and we've seen multiple instances now where they're trying to, the Liberal Party is trying to cover this up. Media has continued to report more and more revelations that what Mr. Boissonneau says and what is true are often very different things. Do you think that Canadians should be concerned that the Liberal Party of Canada fundraised off of what we now know to be a lie, where Mr. Boissonneau had claimed to have Indigenous heritage, and that he used that same, his company used that same false claim in an attempt to disenfranchise Indigenous-owned businesses and win contracts under that false pretense?
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Carr, point of order.
Yeah, just perhaps the record can show, I think we established quite clearly last meeting when Mr. Boissonneau was present that he did not claim
That's not a point of order.
Heritage, nor did he at any point. So perhaps my colleagues cross the way when making such insinuations can be mindful of what the facts show.
Well, on that point of order, Chair?
Thank you, Mr. Carr. Point of order, Mr. Barrett.
Yeah, as you well know, Mr. Carr's intervention is not a point of order. It does not reference any standing order. It's simply debate in an attempt to interrupt the proceedings. I was very respectful in my exchange and offering time to the ministers. What I'd ask is that Liberal members be as respectful, even if they're trying to cover for what is shameful behavior by the Liberal member for Edmonton, Randy Boissonneau, and his
point of order,
lies
Mr.
and
Chair.
false claims.
Same point of order.
So thank you, Mr. Barrett. We're quickly getting into debate here, but Mr. Carr, do you have a point of order? That you're
Just very quickly on the same point of order, Mr. Barrett, I believe, began referencing shameful behavior and other allegations, which I don't think are actually points of order. Just for reference, thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Carr. Let's get back to asking the questions that we're all here to hear the testimony of the ministers. I'm going to turn the floor back over to Mr. Barrett. You have a little bit more than 2 minutes left. I'd stop the clock, and so I'll hand the floor back to you, Mr. Barrett.
before your Liberal colleague attempted to interfere to cover up for the shameful behavior and lies of Liberal MP Randy Boissonnault with respect to his claims to Indigenous heritage and attempting to defraud Indigenous-owned businesses of their ability to get government contracts, and the Liberal Party of Canada promoting that lie in an attempt to raise funds off that false claim. Minister, do you think that that behavior is appropriate and that Canadians should be concerned with the Liberal Party's actions in this case?
I'm not the chair of this committee, so I cannot determine whether MP Carr's intervention was a point of order. But what I know is that what he said was correct. No? The making false allegations, making all sorts of falsehoods sound true because they're all compiled together is not a fair treatment of the facts, and I would suggest again that you get back to what the MP Boissonnault said to you just last week, and you ask him those questions if you think they are relevant.
So what we know
important.
to be true, Minister, is that every time that Mr. Boissonnault came before a standing committee, that what he said was later proven to be not true, that he has demonstrated himself to be someone who is not truthful or honest. So we can't refer to Mr. Boissonnault's testimony as what is honest or right. What we know, the facts are, that the Liberal Party of Canada promoted what was a false claim about Randy Boissonnault's Indigenous heritage. This was my question to you. Your party, sir, the Liberal Party, fundraised off of what we know to be not true. And Canadians are, of course, concerned about this. This type of dishonesty borders on corruption when Canadians don't know what the government has said, whether or not it's true or it's not true. Should Canadians be concerned with the actions of your party when we know that one of your former cabinet colleagues showed a pattern for dishonesty and lies, up to and including...
Point of order, Mr. Chair. I believe Mr. Barrett is an experienced... oh, yeah.
Point of order, Mr. Carr.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Mr. Barrett's an experienced parliamentarian. He knows that he can't refer to a member's behavior as lying. In fact, my Conservative colleagues across the way did this on multiple occasions last meeting, and in fact, it was a Conservative chair that correctly ruled at that moment in time that that was unparliamentary language. He should apologize and withdraw that comment. Thank you.
That's not what I said.
Thank you, Mr. Carr. We are getting just to the end of the time. Mr. Barrett had asked a question. I'm going to give the minister an opportunity.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Carr?
Yeah. When a member is referred to by another member as a liar, whether that's in the chamber or at committee, it requires a withdrawal and an apology. So I think that as chair, you should be giving an indication of what you expect in terms of the way that members comport themselves around the table. I appreciate that we want to get to a further line of questioning, but when one member calls another a liar, not only does that in and of itself delay the proceedings, forcing someone like myself to raise a point of order, but further to that, it does require the chair to give an indication that there should be an apology and a withdrawal, at the very least a withdrawal of the commentary. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Carr. And I do want to remind members to ensure that you are using parliamentary language at all time. You'll know that in Standing Order 18, you're not to use disrespectful or offensive language. And I just want to remind members of this. We don't want to get into this kind of behavior in this committee. We want to be able to get the testimony that we're all seeking to do here and that the House indeed ordered us to do. So I would just want to remind members to do that and just to not use disrespectful or offensive language in this committee. We are at the end of this time, but I want to give Minister Duclos an opportunity to respond.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je vais juste répéter.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just going to repeat in French what I said in English a few minutes. Amalgamating various things that might seem true at a very high level, but that are collectively wrong is not a good way of proceeding. I would propose that the MP continues his discussion with the MP in question.
To our second questioner in the first round of questions, Mr. Carr, you have 6 minutes.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Duclos, nice to see you. We haven't had the chance to hear from you often at this committee, but unfortunately, I'm going to direct my questions to Minister Hajdu. Minister, we've talked a lot, you and I, both here, outside of committee, in my hometown of Winnipeg, specifically about the many ways in which we've progressed together with Indigenous communities in Manitoba and across the country, the ambitions and the goals of realizing critical economic development and economic reconciliation. I'm thinking specifically of projects like the downtown healthcare facility that's going to be built out of Portage Place that wouldn't happen without millions of dollars of federal investments, which will be leveraged by First Nations in my hometown of Winnipeg. I'm thinking about the Bay Building, which is going to be turned into very important housing and other infrastructure that will support First Nations in Manitoba. I'm thinking about a national school food program, which as a former educator myself, I believe to be critically important. I've been to several schools where, despite what my colleagues in the opposition continue to call bureaucracy and levy accusations of no food having actually been served, I can tell you that that's not true. There's food being served as we speak in Manitoba schools. I've been to them. I've seen those kids eat that food. That's an important piece for First Nations kids in Manitoba. I'm thinking of Freedom Road, which very early in the life of our government was an incredibly important move of reconciliation, which certainly my colleague Mr. Melillo, I would hope, applauds, as it is something that benefits both the community on the Ontario and Manitoba sides of the border. That has led to substantial economic development and has been a very important step in the right direction of righting some of the egregious historical wrongs. I'm thinking of the school building announcements that you just made in Winnipeg a couple of days ago with many First Nations communities. The better education our kids have, the better the prospects of economic development. So with all of that, Minister, perhaps you can reflect on your own more broadly about the ways in which, whether that's relative to Winnipeg, Manitoba, or all of Canada, the Government of Canada in the last 9 years has made positive steps towards ensuring that the economic well-being is of First Nations in Canada and that economic reconciliation have been at the forefront of your decision making. Thank you.
Well, that's quite a list, actually, and it's just such a short and partial list, and yet so important because you're talking about what many people talk about, the social determinants of health, and I would say we should broaden that out and say the social determinants of wealth as well. Shoal Lake is a perfect example, and Freedom Road, I had an opportunity to go to Shoal Lake and use Freedom Road to get to Shoal Lake, and when I got there, the community is in a rejuvenation actually right now. There are many members who live in Winnipeg who now are able to commute back and forth to the community, who are providing services to the community, leadership, health services, education services. In fact, their water treatment plant which is also new and funded by the federal government, is actually fully run by Shoal Lake members and is maintained by Shoal Lake members. So I think what you're hitting on is that these investments that we've been making, and I did mention the number in my speech, it's 1,100% more than the previous Conservative government spent on Indigenous priorities. These investments are not just social investments. They actually contribute to stronger communities and communities' ability to educate their kids at home, closer to home, have higher graduation rates. That creates more opportunities for young people to go to post-secondary, college, university, and then oftentimes come back home to provide services and continue to grow that community. Thank you for mentioning the school announcement as well. That was such an exciting announcement. So many of those communities have continued to have to send their high schoolers out of town, and as you would know, being in Winnipeg and other, maybe MP Melillo also knows these stories, kids that have to leave home to go to school in a city far away it's really challenging for those kids.
Minister, I'm sure you could continue to go, but one of the things that it seems to me is of critical importance to economic reconciliation and is making sure that water rights are respected. Because, of course, when you have water rights, which therefore leads to incredibly important water infrastructure, you can improve economic development. I couldn't help but note that during the request for unanimous consent just a couple of days ago in the House for this bill, which we just spent countless hours debating and passing here at committee, Bill C-61 is the one I'm referring to, that it was only Conservative members that refused to give unanimous consent to expedite that. What's the impact of a further delay on C-61 as a result of Conservative behavior going to be on the economic development future for First Nations on Reserve?
Thank you for the question, and I know that all parties at this table worked really hard to amend the bill and make the bill even better, including the Conservative Party, who submitted successful amendments, and they were accepted. And I would actually probably just quote Chief Munias, who is from Niskandiga, as you know, First Nation, in MP Malillo's riding. And he said this after that vote. He was actually so disappointed. He said, "We need you to act now. We don't need perfection. We just need your best efforts." And he had more to say in the media as well about how long that community has suffered and how far they've come, and yet how this essential legislation is going to prevent Niskandiga from ever having to return to those days being neglected and underfunded by a federal government.
Well, thank you very much, Minister, and I certainly hope that
Sorry, Mr. Carr,
yes, Mr. Chair.
You've elapsed your timing here. Sorry, my mic didn't go on there. But with that, we're moving over to our next questioner. Au prochain, on va à Monsieur Lemire.
So we have Mr. Lemire for 6 minutes now. Thank you very much. Madam Minister Hajdu, the directors of Indigenous businesses have to have true and direct access to the opportunities coming from federal procurement as equal partners and not as marginalized spectators. Obviously, we have to address ourselves to true Indigenous people. This is the interpreter. Can you hear that? Thank you. So you have almost 6 minutes. So I'll start again. Yes, you can do that. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. So the leaders of Indigenous businesses have to have true and access in terms of federal procurement as equal partners and not marginalized spectators. So true Indigenous businesses, the priority has to be reinforcing capacities, simplify the processes, and assure an economic framework that places them at the center of decisions. If we want the economic statement to be more than words, we have to act now. Currently, the Canadian Council for Indigenous Business gives us the impression of going beyond its initial mandate by being a direct competitor to a council that was mandated by the APN. I'm talking about MAICA, the National Association of Indigenous Funding. The others, the CGF Council, the Council of Indigenous Officer Development, the Center for Indigenous Governance, FOA. And what's more alarming is that the CCIB wants to take over the management of the list of Canadian suppliers, a job that should be accomplished by the First Nations, the Métis, and the Inuit. This fragments everything and takes away from Indigenous people resources which should come to them, as is the case in the current study. How will you intervene to have that motion respected by the APN to ensure that in legitimate financial institutions that are directed by Indigenous people can have their Indigenous autonomy? It's a very good question. I think that's the problem with the collection of programs, because there's no consensus as to the approach for reform. And we're speaking with the partners. I think that we have to adopt an approach that will allow each organization to have a voice. For example, the Inuit and the Métis, the two organizations for First Nations, every partner has to, or takes a different approach currently. For us, we need to find a pathway that is fair and that the partners approve. In the current case, we're talking about more than just having a voice. We're talking about leadership. And I'm wondering why the CCIB is in the conversation. Why do we hear that $5 million would be given rather than to businesses recognized by the APN. Is the CCIB an Indigenous organization? Who funds the CCIB? What I've heard is that it comes directly from the major Bay Street firms, so white people who have corporate interests that are very different from those of First Nations. And who can ensure us, if it's not you, that their goal is entirely for First Nations? Is CCIB an Indigenous organization? I disagree with this perspective because the CCIB has Indigenous members as well as Métis members and others. NACA has First Nation members, and there are also Indigenous or Métis businesses. But I think there's room for all organizations to have the opportunity and the responsibility to lead this work. We've heard many times that NACA's requests that the and also the CGF, the Business Management Council, will send a memorandum to Cabinet, or will be an objective of memorandum to Cabinet, as there are objectives that will fund their members in the next budget. But these organizations are supported and they're documented, and you told us that. But over the past few weeks, some of them came to the cocktail event of the Liberals with the Prime Ministers. There also were discussions at the APN where I came to your presentation. Can we have a legitimate guarantee at this point, considering that it's halfway through December and there are formal requests that have been made to Minister Freeland so that the funding of Indigenous funding initiatives could be guaranteed? To my mind, my job is to write a budget letter to Minister Freeland. Well, we're halfway through December. Has this letter been written and sent to Minister Freeland? If we're talking about economic reconciliation, we expect that your cabinet would file a memorandum to Cabinet. My department's working with me in the letters for the budget, and I can't. And there are many, I can't say a lot about the subject and components of the letter, but of course there is a part of the letter which is in the, which talks about the goal of economic reconciliation. Thank you very much, Mr. Lemire.
Ms. Idlout, sorry, for 6 minutes, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Unfortunately, you get to hear directly from me as the interpreter that's normally provided for me is not here. I think that the committee is working on ensuring that we have more resources other than one interpreter so that my language rights could be respected and so that I could ask my questions in Inuktitut, but I will proceed in English anyway. I do have similar questions to Sebastian that he asked about the Canadian Council for Indigenous Business, because I think we all have been led to this point because of the vagueness of what we hear about who Indigenous organizations are. I think, though, that we're all very clear that we know who are rights holders, Indigenous rights holders. So my question is for you, Patty. Does the minister, do you believe that CCIB qualifies as an Indigenous organization led by rights holders similar to the Financial Management Board, NACA, and the First Nations Financing Authority?
I don't know which one's on. Is it on? I'm really uncomfortable being in the position of determining whether an Indigenous organization is a legitimate Indigenous organization. I can tell you that we have respect for the work that CCIB does and that many of the organizations they represent are indeed Indigenous businesses. I can tell you they're also a partner in helping the Government of Canada figure out the next steps to transform the approach to identifying and certifying Indigenous businesses. And I can tell you that the sooner that the Government of Canada gets out of the business of defining what an Indigenous business is, the better. But it won't stop the questions. And I think what Indigenous people are saying is that they need to be able to, for themselves, define who are their people, who are their members. And, you know, this is a vestige and a continuation of a colonial country that has a number of different programs and approaches that are in the position of having to certify indigeneity. But what I can say is that we have CCIB as one of the partners, not the only partner, that is working on the question of how best to transfer this role, and I think a very important role at that.
Kuyanamik, if I could just simplify my question, do you think that CCIB qualifies as an Indigenous organization?
I think that they are an organization that has been providing an immense amount of service to many First Nations and other Indigenous business providers, and I think that they have an important voice in the work that we're doing, but they're not the only voice.
Okay, you're clearly not going to ask my direct question, so I'm going to ask a different question.
I think I did answer the question, actually, so I'm not sure.
Okay,
maybe
yes,
I misunderstood your question.
So yes or no, does CCIB qualify as an Indigenous organization?
Are an Indigenous
Yes or no?
organization that
Okay,
that
thank
provides
you.
a service along with
Thank you.
others.
You've answered my question. I have another question, and I'm glad to see that the Assistant Deputy Minister Keith Khan is here. Since the Prime Minister had highlighted in Budget 2023 the need for economic reconciliation, terminology that I don't agree with, by the way, the Indigenous Economic Council has been in collaboration with Indigenous Services Canada on recommendations to achieve this goal. When do you anticipate that these recommendations being brought to Cabinet for discussion and decision?
But go ahead.
Okay, thanks for the question. So we're looking at some cabinet dates, and we just haven't landed on a date yet, but we're certainly, it's in our line of sight.
So this was based on Budget 2023 proposals, and could you explain to us why there's been a delay?
The questions around cabinet process and dates seem to me to fall under cabinet confidence, but I can tell you we're working with partners, and we want to make sure that what we bring to cabinet is going to truly reflect the needs of what Indigenous partners are saying must be included in a renewed economic reconciliation strategy.
Thank you. My next question is to Minister Duclos. Being the Minister of Public Services and Procurement, I'm wondering about how you work with Indigenous Services Canada on Indigenous procurement. What is how is it that you operate to make sure that Indigenous procurement meets the minimum 5% that we all know is the target?
Thank you very much for the question. Let me first say that I will work with you to see with the Translation Bureau how we can always support the needs that you have legitimately expressed earlier. We recognize that speaking in our preferred language is always better when it comes to providing a voice to those people that we have the fortune and the responsibility to represent. Second, I am closely working with Minister Aydoo in many different ways. When it comes to the Indigenous Business Directory, we're supportive of their work in the development of guidance on how it can support the more the broader indigenous procurement strategy, because there is obviously a key link between the directory and the strategy. We're also working with them to coordinate the outreach and to raise awareness to indigenous businesses so that they can fully participate in the federal government's procurement. That comes with coordinating the standing offers and the supply arrangements that can stimulate indigenous business development. We're also working with indigenous services to draft and update contract clauses based on ISCA's guidance. And finally, we're working together to identify and reduce and sometimes eliminate barriers to federal procurement activities that are hitting indigenous businesses and workers. And as I will end by saying that, as Minister Aidoo said, and as you every opportunity also support, the reconciliation comes with the recognition that for too many years colonialism has created those barriers and those gaps, and it creates social and economic costs, obviously, but also broader costs for Canada, which we always should recognize and try to reduce as much as possible.
Thank you very much, Ms. Idlout. So that completes the first round of questions. We're moving into the second round of questions, the 5 minutes, starting with Mr. Genuis. You have 5 minutes.
The Globe and Mail has a shocking story today about abuse of the Indigenous Procurement Program by the Canadian Healthcare Agency. According to a whistleblower, the government was putting in place tight constraints on the work of auditors as soon as they started to identify serious problems. The government was warned by auditors, and their response to those warnings was to make life more difficult for the auditors. Minister, you told my colleague Michael Barrett that you only heard about allegations against Canadian Healthcare Agency this weekend. Is that correct?
No, I did not. I told your colleague that I was made aware of the auditor's concerns overall about the program this weekend, and that it was deeply distressing to me, and that I.
But you were previously aware of his allegations against Canadian Healthcare Agency?
What I am saying is that that was the first I heard of Mr. Hartle's allegations.
When did you first become aware of concerns about the indigeneity of this partnership involving the Canadian Healthcare Agency? When did you first become aware of that?
The department routinely reviews, as you've heard before.
When did you first become aware? It's not about the department. When did you first become aware?
As I said, this weekend, I too heard about what was in the Globe and Mail, and I was.
But when did you
concerned.
first become aware of concerns about the Canadian Healthcare Agency?
I think you've asked questions about this company before, have you not?
So when did you first become aware of it, though?
So the first time I became aware of it was, I don't have an exact date, but a few months ago.
A few months ago. Minister, you said in response to my questions that, quote, I would say that it was an abuse of being on the list without adequate representation. You said this about Canadian Healthcare Agency back at the end of October. And you've tried to represent the facts in a very different way to my colleague, Mr. Barrett, which is disappointing to say the least. The AFN has said that.
I could respond to that because that is actually putting words in my mouth, and that is not what I said.
Can I have the time, Mr. Chair? I've got another question.
So, Mr. Genuis, you do have the time, and the minister will have an opportunity to respond to that.
Okay, I have 3 minutes left. The AFN says that you're not hitting your 5% target. It's closer to 1%. That's what Chief Joanna Bernard told the Government Operations Committee. Is the AFN correct?
Not according to our records, but what I can say is that I understand the concern, and I'm actually, as I said to your colleague, glad that the Conservative Party is fighting so hard to protect this 5% procurement target. This is good news. It means that we all want this program to work better, including the AFN.
You're not answering my question, and you were somewhat inaccurate in your response with Mr. Barrett. So you don't agree with the AFN, I understand.
I would say that our data is different than the AFNs, and that, in fact, in some departments, we are exceeding the procurement target of 5%.
You're either hitting it or you're not. It's not as if the AFN is experiencing things differently, right? You're either hitting the 1% or you're hitting a 5%.
Well, what I would say is that our data demonstrates that we are actually hitting our procurement target amongst
your data
a number
also
of different
shows,
departments.
Madam Minister, that you're dramatically purging the Indigenous business list. That since 2022, you've taken over 1,000 companies off that list. You've taken over 100 companies off this year alone. And I'm trying to square the fact that, on the one hand, not a single person or company has been penalized for Indigenous identity fraud, but on the other hand, you're dramatically purging the list, which suggests that there's some people on that list that shouldn't be on that list. How do you square the fact that Indigenous leaders across the board are saying that abuse of this program is rampant? You're taking many companies off the list, and yet nobody's been held accountable for Indigenous identity fraud.
Well, actually, what I would say is that Indigenous peoples are saying that economic reconciliation and the work of the Government of Canada in terms of its procurement target is actually changing realities for Indigenous businesses across the country. But
Sorry,
I would
Minister,
say
could
that
you just
I agree
answer the
with
question?
you, Mr.
Is it acceptable that nobody's been held accountable for Indigenous identity fraud by your government?
What I would say is it's great that you care about this program
Could you answer
to the
the
degree
question?
that you do.
What-
Because what we all agree,
Is it acceptable
what we
to
all
you
agree about,
that nobody has been
Mr.
held
Chair, point of
accountable?
order.
I can't answer the question, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Carr.
Just a problem we've run into previously, but very difficult for us to have translation services provided adequately when there's talking back and forth. So perhaps we could just resettle things. Thank you.
Yeah, just on the same point of order, I agree with Mr. Carr. I'm trying to ask questions, and the minister is not answering them, and I think should be brought to order. I've got 30 seconds left. And I'd just like to know whether she thinks it's acceptable.
Garnett, before doing that, I just want to remind members here not to talk over the witnesses. We want to make sure we're avoiding the crosstalk. It makes it very difficult for the interpreters to do their work, and for members that have challenges hearing as well. So just want to remind members to do that.
Et,
and
Monsieur le
witnesses.
Président, c'était les deux voix que j'ai entendues. Alors.
So I heard many voices.
30 seconds, I'll try one more time, Minister. Nobody has been held accountable by your government for Indigenous identity fraud. Meanwhile, you've taken Canadian Healthcare Agency off the list, and you can't tell me why. You've taken Dalian Enterprises off the list, and you can't tell me why. You've taken over 1,000 companies off the list, yet nobody's been held accountable for it. Is it acceptable to you that not a single company has ever been held accountable for Indigenous identity fraud by your government?
It appears to me that I have answered your question, and I have answered your question repeatedly. But I will tell you that removals from the list are, for many reasons, that can be quite benign. For example, businesses could be closed. They could be non-responsive to requests from the department.
1,000 businesses are suddenly non-responsive?
Changes in the business ownership structure. There could be a number of different reasons.
Okay.
And
Could you provide a breakdown of those reasons for each of those companies?
So,
Appel au règlement.
Appel au règlement, Monsieur Carr.
Point of order. Yes, again, it's very, very difficult to hear in both official languages. We do have Francophone members and other people listening in both languages. So, Chair, I hope that our colleagues can try to apply the rules in a better way. Thank you. Mr. Carr, the time has run out for Mr. Genuis.
Opportunity to finish her answer, and then we'll move on to the next questioner.
It's affirming that the Conservative Party agrees that the 5% target is so important that we must ensure that the way that we do this affirms Indigenous identity. But it is also clear that the Conservative Party has no idea what to do about this problem. We do, and we're going to take control.
Thank you very much, Mr. Genuis. Next, we're moving to Ms. Gainey for 5 minutes. The floor is yours.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, et bienvenue.
Thank you, Chair, and welcome to our witnesses. It's a pleasure to have you here with us today. I will start with Mr. Duclos. Minister, we know that there are often bad actors that try and take advantage of the procurement system. I know that our government has also acknowledged and recognized that situation, and that major measures were taken to put an end to this and hold people accountable. can you tell us more about the measures that have been taken to strengthen the integrity of the system? Thank you very much, dear Anna. And before answering your excellent question, I would maybe like to talk about the more general framework. In Canada, there are about 60,000, and 2,000 are in the register or the list of Indigenous businesses. We're making considerable efforts to encourage more Indigenous businesses to sign up to this register in order to better contribute to the Canadian economic system. Minister Hajdu said earlier, if we want, it is an economic advantage, and we want to continue to create better jobs for Indigenous people in Canada, better businesses. We want to reduce the rate of poverty, and Minister Hajdu did not say it, but if we could have the full participation of Indigenous businesses in Canada, there are currently 150,000 people living in poverty in Canada, a situation of poverty, who would come out of this situation, an advantage for Indigenous families and communities. And the minister also said that by working harder to reach this target, the 5%, which is a minimum target, not a maximum. By going beyond that 5%, we'll also be creating dozens and dozens of billions of dollars of revenue in Canada. And so more tax to better fund initiatives in health, education, and infrastructure for Indigenous people. In order to get there, this program needs to build confidence, so it takes integrity. So your question is very relevant. What can my department do to help to guarantee the integrity and the confidence of Canadians in this program? We had the opportunity with the leadership of the officials in my department to create a few months ago, in May 2024, the new Office of Integrity and Supplier Integrity and Compliance, which supports Minister Hajdu and her team in situations where we need to be able to act quickly to suspend and remove some businesses in terms of contracts, future contracts and existing contracts. For example, to act more quickly for the suspension and the withdrawal when we have criminal code offenses and through one act, when we have also other activities by Canadian business or an international company, when there are violations of the Code of Procurement, when there are environmental violations or labor code violations, and when there are even no criminal code accusations, but where there's a violation of this, that there could be a risk that a business supports the Canadian objectives, but we can proceed to the...
Oh, okay. Minister Hajdu, in the last exchange back and forth, it was a little hard to follow. I'll allow you to finish some of your sentences here. You had started something that I'd be curious if you could elaborate on. You said that there were also examples of where we're exceeding. So you had data, there was a question around data inconsistencies perhaps with AFN, and maybe this is, if you have some example, an opportunity to show some of the success or where we are kind of hitting those marks.
Well, thank you for the question. I will actually submit that to you in writing just because I don't have it across all departments. But I can tell you, for example, in Indigenous Services Canada, we have a bit of a leg up with relationships with Indigenous peoples, but it's at 18%. And so, you know, these are significant numbers and they're generating wealth for communities. And I think that's the piece that sometimes gets lost in this conversation. It's not just a nice to have. This is about helping communities have that economic self-determination. Well, what does that mean? That means that if the government of Canada is funding a fire hall, for example, and the community wants to add 2 more bays and 2 more trucks, they don't actually have to work directly with the department to do that. They have the economic freedom to be able to do this. Isn't that what we're all about? Economic freedom. And so these procurement targets are playing a really important role in helping the government of Canada turn its head to new business partners to be able to fulfill some of the contracts of the government of Canada. It also opens doors to new companies who, may have never seen themselves as being able to secure a customer like the government of Canada. And I can tell you, just in 9 years having been here, whether it's grants or whether it's procurement or whether it's, other kinds of relationships with the government of Canada that generate revenue for an organization or for a company, oftentimes it is relationship driven. There's obviously criteria that have to be met. There's contests, procurement processes. But, a trusted partner is something that I think is valuable. And I think when companies get that foot in the door, then they can start to establish their reliability as a strong company from which to procure. So I don't want to lose that. And I think it's really important that you ask that question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gainey. Prochainement, on va à Monsieur Lemire.
Next, we have Mr. Lemire, or Mr. Champoux, for 2.5 minutes. Thank you, Chair. So, Minister Duclos, I'll be speaking to you about subcontracting with the Indigenous businesses. I'll give you an example. National Defence had a contract given to a subcontractor who had to find a supplier for clothing for the forces, one that's in Saint-Jean, Richelieu. But there are businesses such as Bastien in Wendake who that's totally able to respond to this, but who wasn't solicited because maybe the supplier in Saint-Jean, Richelieu is not aware that they could call on Indigenous businesses. Why is it not mandatory for the subcontractors that the government mandates to consult Indigenous businesses? Why is that criterion not imposed in the call for bids? And thank you, Mr. Champoux. It's an excellent question. I would say that there are many ways of encouraging and sometimes even to mandate the participation of Indigenous businesses in the procurement process. According to the situations, sometimes there's an obligation to do it in some contexts and places that Canadian government contracts be awarded to Indigenous businesses. More generally speaking, the approach of encouraging the full participation of Indigenous businesses applies to all government contracts, Canadian government contracts. So in all cases, we encourage the bidders, if they want to increase the opportunity that bid becomes a contract, we encourage them to have plans for Indigenous participation in the bids that come with commitments of subcontracting with other Indigenous businesses, if they are Indigenous businesses, or Indigenous businesses for contracts that are awarded to non-Indigenous businesses, that they have commitments in terms of employment, in terms of training, in terms of the impact in the communities. Well, it is a competitive process, but without the exceptions I mentioned initially, these competitive processes can lead to subcontractors. But it seems that in this case, the business that we're mentioning was not even informed that it could have responded to this call for, or this process. Is there a problem when you give the contract to you or the contract to somebody who can subcontract to another business? Is there a problem there? I'll give you a short answer because you expressed it very clearly in your question. Yes, it's not only the hope, but the obligation of the Canadian government to increase its activities of communication and relationships with Indigenous people. It's done in several ways. There were several hundred activities over the past few years, and thousands of Indigenous businesses took part in these activities. But unfortunately, as you say, there are just too many who are not totally informed. Thank you very much, Mr. Champoux. And
Koyanami Ixivatari, I'm not too sure which minister to ask of this question regarding Article 24 of the Nunavut Agreement. Article 24 being about Inuit firms getting government contracts. As you might be aware, that the federal government has obligations as well. And I wonder if one of you can give us an update about how the implementation of Article 24 is going.
I can take this question. Thank you very much. And MP Idlaut, you are obviously very aware of where this Article 24 comes from and why it was so important to Nunavut. That was followed, as you also will know, most likely by the Treasury Board Directive on Government Contracts in 2019, which went beyond Article 2024. That comes with the requirement that government contracting in the Nunavut settlement area meets the federal government's obligations under Article 24, as you have said. That means that the Nunavut settlement area, which we also sometimes call the Nunavut Tunngavit Incorporated, which is the organization whose leadership is so key, is responsible for maintaining a registry of Inuit firms that helps identify those commodities and services that are needed.
If you could just quickly respond, I don't have enough time, how you think that the implementation of the federal obligations are going?
I missed
The federal government has obligations under Article 24 to implement. Could you give us a status update on how the federal government is doing to implement Article 24?
Okay, good. So I would prefer to send those details to you directly because there are many aspects to that important question, and I think you deserve to know the list of them.
Thank you so much. I'll look forward to that. I do have another question for Minister Hajdu regarding the Indigenous Business Directory, which I understand is led by your department. At what point do you think that the government will get out of the business completely so that it's led by Indigenous peoples?
Well, I would say that in the very near future. And the challenge, as I indicated in some of my answers to your colleagues, is that we had hoped that we would get to a place of consensus. We've had Indigenous partners studying the next steps on what to do, as you know, for quite some time. In fact, they provided a report. Even the report itself is not is conflicted in terms of any consensus. So I think the next steps for me is to contemplate how we ensure that we set up an independent approach somehow with voices of all of the distinction groups on that independent agency, for lack of a better word, that will then begin that hard work of wrangling through what the criteria are. And I would say that it will be challenging, as you know, because there are a number of different scenarios that different people have a variety of perspectives on. But to me, this the allegations over the weekend, combined with the ongoing attention of the Indigenous Business Directory, means that it is high time for Indigenous people to control for themselves the space of identifying what an Indigenous business is and what qualifies someone to say that they are an Indigenous business, and then work with Procurement Canada to make sure that the targets are accessible to those businesses. It's, as I said, important that we have an approach that partners feel confident in.
Thank you very much, Ms. Idlaut. Next, we'll go to Mr. Zimmer for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to our witnesses for coming today. A recent article said, Canadian Army says new military sleeping bags are not suitable for typical Canadian winter. And Rob Hubert, an Arctic expert, said, I wonder if they should have just gone to Canadian Tire. The Defense Department spent more than $34.8 million on 55,000 sleeping bags. From the article, troops who had used the recently issued general purpose sleeping bag system late last fall in a preparatory exercise found several critical issues. Temperatures during the deployment ranged from -5 degrees Celsius during the day to -20 degrees Celsius at night, hardly harsh conditions in the Canadian winter or north. The critical issues discovered by the soldiers related to a lack of warmth from the new GP
Point of order, Mr.
SBS.
Chair.
I'm pausing the time here. Point of order, Mr. Carr.
Although I deeply respect that my colleague is asking important questions that pertain to the men and women in our armed forces, last time I checked, this is not the Committee for National Defense, nor is there anything in the motion related to relevance on this topic. Perhaps our colleague can be reminded, Mr. Chair, of why we're here. He should know that because the 18 hours that we're sitting was forced upon us by them. So perhaps he can get back to the topic at hand. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Carr. We do provide a fairly wide range of latitude here, but I do want to remind members to make sure they're sticking with the matter at hand here as well. I did stop the time for Mr. Zimmer. You have a little bit more than 4 minutes.
The critical issues discovered by the soldiers related to a lack of warmth with the new GPSBS, said the briefing note written on December 5th, 2023. Why would you buy 55,000 sleeping bags for $34.8 million that don't work in our Canadian North or the Arctic?
Je pense que la réponse a déjà été suggérée par.
I think the answer was already suggested by my colleague, MP Ben Carr. You have the right to ask a question. You also have the right to have the right person to answer, and that would be Minister Blair.
Minister, but actually it's your department that's in charge of procurement and procurement of military-issued materials. I have in my order paper question that we asked for this September. It was given to your department. You answered us. That tells me that was your department that was responsible.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. Mr.
Point
Chair,
of order for Mr. Carr.
I'm seeking your guidance. I understand, as a chair as well, that we can give a generous amount of latitude. Can Mr. Zimmer, and if not you, please provide some explanation as to how anything in the order that the House passed here in relation to the question that he is currently asking in relation to the procurement of military supplies is connected. If not, Mr. Chair, then I will yet again intervene with a point of order to ask for further guidance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carr, and certainly the study that we're doing today is an update to the barriers to economic development in Indigenous communities. I was giving a fairly wide latitude to Mr. Zimmer in hopes that his line of questioning would circulate to the matter at hand. And so I do just want to remind members to stick to the topic at hand, and that indeed that we have been ordered by the House to do this study on. So with that, I'll turn the floor back to Mr. Zimmer. You have a little bit more than 3 minutes left.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll get back to my question. Again, the question went to your ministry minister about, and you sent back as an answer, you said this adaptability makes the sleeping bag suitable for diverse operational environments, including but not limited to Arctic conditions. So once again, it was your department that procured these sleeping bags that don't work. And it does relate to what this committee is here about, and it's about Arctic sovereignty and about our north.
Point of order for Mr. Hanley.
With respect and in follow-up to my colleague, Mr. Carr, I'm failing to see the relevance of this question to the subject at hand, barriers to economic development in Indigenous communities.
Thank you, Mr. Hanley, and again, I also don't see the relevance of this to the study at hand. We do have some very significant issues we need to be, I would suggest we should be spending this time on barriers to Indigenous economic development and the procurement. I know there's been many very relevant questions that have been asked today, and I'll just remind members to be sure to stick to the topic at hand so that we can get those answers. Mr. Zimmer.
Yes, and I represent as Shadow Minister for Northern Affairs and Arctic Sovereignty, Northerners and Inuit across the three territories. And one thing that's very much a concern to people in the north is Arctic sovereignty and security. And equipment like this, it's procured and needed for our Arctic sovereignty, for their Arctic sovereignty, protection of that Arctic sovereignty. is
Debate, Mr.
necessary.
Chair.
And this, I know this government doesn't want to talk
Mr.
about
Chair,
it.
that's debate.
I know this government
It's debate,
is
Mr.
speaking
Chair.
to the point of order.
Mr. Chair, it's debate.
Well, that's
Can't-
fine. Then let's get back after it then. Is that
So
fine?
long as it's relevant, Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer, I'm going to hand the floor back to you. You have about a little bit more than 2.5 minutes at this point, so please do your best to stick to the topic at hand here. We did do a very robust study on the North, and we did have the committee did actually visit a number of communities in the North where we studied these topics. I think that would have been a very appropriate time to bring up those topics, but I don't see the relevance to the matter at hand today. But I do want to give the opportunity in the 2.5 minutes that you have at this point to return to that.
So thank you. We'll get back to it once again. And you're the procurement minister, are you not? Yes or no?
That's an easy question to answer. Yes, I'm there
Yes, you are.
to
So
help
let's
you.
get back to it. So there's a project called the Polar Icebreaker Project, and there was a 2024 update by the Parliamentary Budget Officer. How much is the Polar Icebreaker Project projected to cost now, Minister?
I'll answer this question, although I know that some others might want to ask why we're not investing our time and energy on supporting indigenous businesses' access to
It's a very
federal
important
procurement,
topic,
which is so
Minister. So I wish-
important
can
for
you-
economic and
can you
social
just answer the
development
question?
of those workers, of those businesses, and those communities.
Point of
This is a
order, Mr.
rare instance, and I think a very precious one, in which we
Point of order,
can
Mr. Speaker.
all gather our.
Yeah,
Mr.
it's a
Zimmer.
real simple question. He said he had it. It sounded like he had read the report. The simple answer is how much is the project costing to date? And
It's not a point of order, but on the same point of
Yeah.
order, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Carr, on the same non-point of order.
Well, if it's going to be recognized, sure. Mr. Chair, again, Mr. Zimmer is not talking about anything that is relevant to the debate at hand. It was Conservative members, along with the NDP and the Bloc, that sent us back here to talk about Indigenous economic development and barriers to it. He has not used the word Indigenous in the last 4 minutes in anything related to the question that he has posed to the minister. So, Chair, it is your prerogative to remove the floor from a member who is not staying, yes it is, who is not staying relevant to a debate. My colleague may be mistaken, but that is in fact the case. I would ask now for the 5th time, Mr. Chair, if he wants Minister Blair in that seat to answer questions about military procurement, then he can go to the Defense Committee and do so. It's insulting that we have been asked to talk about Indigenous issues, and he hasn't used the word Indigenous to ask a question. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Carr. And again, I do want to remind members to stick to the matter at hand. There is a certain amount of chair's prerogative on these things, and I want to give Mr. Zimmer another chance to ask one of those very, very relevant questions. And I know we have many questions that we want to get answered to that are maybe outside the scope of this study. But again, we're here to do, in addition to the barriers to the economic development in Indigenous communities, as has been ordered by the House. And so, Mr. Zimmer, I will give you the floor once more. But if it's not going to be relevant to the study at hand, then we are going to be moving on to another member.
A point of order, Mr. Chair. What I'm speaking about, how it affects northern communities and Arctic sovereignty, and that does involve Indigenous communities directly. And if the member doesn't understand that, then maybe he should visit some northern communities so he can further understand how concerned they are about the lack of activity this Liberal government's doing on Arctic sovereignty and security. So maybe he wants to go talk to some northern communities and ask them about these questions. Can I get back to my question?
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
You will have the floor here for another 2 minutes or less. But again, there are many ways to frame this question that would make it relevant for this study, and I would just invite you to do that. But I will turn the floor back to you. But first, I see that Mr. Hanley has a point of order.
Yes, I do. I would suggest that my friend Mr. Zimmer is engaging in debate rather than addressing a point of order, which is really about Indigenous procurement. Again, the topic is Indigenous procurement, not Indigenous as some kind of broad anything goes topic. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Zimmer, I'll hand the floor back to you.
Thank you. And what we're here today is really talking about how this NDP Liberal government and its scandal around procurement, and specifically around Indigenous procurement. And I'm asking you a question about how much the icebreakers are costing, and it's all very relevant because it involves the North. So please, what are the Polar Icebreaker project that was supposed to cost $720 million announced by a previous Conservative government? What's the cost balloon to date, Minister?
Well, two pieces of good news here. The first one is that you're a member of Parliament of a riding where I think there are 13 First Nations communities. So it's good that we have this opportunity here to speak about Indigenous business procurement.
So the actual cost of the acquisition of those two polar icebreakers has ballooned to an estimated $8.5 billion. And I think what's concerning to Northerners...
Point of order.
Point of order,
relevance
Ms.
here.
Gainey.
Just kidding there. If you would have waited 2 seconds. Yeah.
The relevance here is
Still
is
talking
way
about
off.
Northern issues, Indigenous.
We are not talking about northern issue. We're talking about the motion that was put before the House, which is why we're here.
Thank you, Ms. Gainey. Again, I'm not seeing how this is relevant at all to the study at hand. If it would be useful, I'd be happy to circulate the motion again. The study at hand is, again, about Indigenous economic procurement and barriers to Indigenous economic development that we're dealing with today. So, again, Mr. Zimmer, we've been through this now through many points of orders. I don't want to keep...
One last comment, then we'll move on.
I will give you the floor for one last comment, and then we're going to move on to the next questioner.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. And I know, the NDP Liberals, whether it's you, Minister, or the panel across the way, doesn't want to answer these questions that really matter to Northerners and to our Arctic sovereignty. I understand that. You're wrapped up deep in scandal. You want to change the channel. I understand it's unfortunate. As Minister, you're refusing to answer my questions today at committee. Thank you.
A great question we should be answering too, MP Zimmer, is how we would be supportive of your 13 First Nations communities in accessing federal procurement activities like the McLeod Lake First Nation, the Dog River First Nation, the Blueberry Rivers First Nations, and many others which are all located in your riding. So it would be great if we could spend time together within this particular setting to support the Indigenous businesses in your First Nations communities.
Very much, Mr. Zimmer. Next, we're moving to our last questioner on the second round. Mr. McLeod, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the witnesses for appearing here today. It's very refreshing to have this discussion. I'm struggling to follow some of the questioning, though. I don't know what icebreakers have to do with the Indigenous people. We don't really have any role. We don't have any kind of participation or receiving any of that money. We don't have anything to do with the sleeping bags that the military is getting either. I belong to the Rangers. We supply our own sleeping bags. Nobody buys them for us. So maybe that's something we need to discuss at a different time. I live in an Indigenous community. I've watched this my whole life. Procurement has been pitiful, has been embarrassing when it comes to Indigenous companies, Indigenous organizations. In the North, we see RCMP buildings and other federal infrastructure projects coming forward, and there's not one person from the community working on it. Usually it's a union restriction, or we can't get a set-aside agreement because the process is too cumbersome and it takes too long. We miss the opportunity. But as we move forward, now that we've moved forward to this government, we're starting to see changes. And if we're going to move forward towards economic reconciliation, we got to make sure the toolbox is full. And that means no longer doing business the way we did it historically. I know we pleaded with the federal government, which was the Conservatives, for many, many years to make changes. It didn't happen, but we're doing it now, but it's not enough. I think funding has to go directly to Indigenous governments for their own infrastructure projects, and that's got to start. And we need to start looking at equity participation. For some of these big projects, Indigenous people need to be part of the ownership. They need to hold some of the shares of some of these big projects that are coming forward. And resource revenue sharing. I think the Northwest Territories is one of the few jurisdictions that shares royalties, resource royalties with Indigenous governments. But the federal government still takes 50% of the royalties off our lands. I say that because Indigenous governments have still a long ways to go to sort out land tenure, disputed land, and resource royalties are being generated, and it's not going to. It's mostly going to the federal government. So that's got to change. Mobility is another issue that we need to talk about if we're going to talk about economic reconciliation. We have over a couple 100,000 people that was reported way back to this committee that are unemployed, Indigenous people that are in communities in the West, in the North, that can't get jobs, even though there's jobs just across the way from them, because mobility is a challenge. You know, we've managed to secure 5% procurement for Indigenous companies, but it's not enough. It's a good starting point. I think we got a long ways to go. My question is to Minister Hajdú, because you know, it's completely my belief that Indigenous people have to manage this. It has to be run by Indigenous people. The resources probably would have to come from the government, but it has to be managed by Indigenous people with proper support. So I know there's already been a commitment, and I know MP Idlo asked this question, but I want you to expand on the commitment to transfer the Indigenous Business Directory away from the Government of Canada into the management and control of Indigenous people. And how are you making sure that the First Nations, the Inuit, and the Métis are part of this discussion?
Well, thank you. And I think your story, MP MacLeod, is so important because you highlight all of the challenges that Indigenous businesses have faced over a history of colonialism. I do want to just acknowledge your comment about the 5% target. That's the floor. We're hoping that what we'll see is even more Indigenous businesses be able to prosper from not just Canada as a customer, but hopefully other orders of government as well. And I will say the numbers in my own remarks illustrate that this isn't just a good thing for Indigenous communities and businesses, opportunities for employment, self-determination around all kinds of different things, but it's also really good for the economy of Canada. I mean, we just are kind of shooting ourselves in the foot if we don't actually move more quickly to ensure that First Nations, Inuit, Métis companies and people have an opportunity to succeed. You asked a really specific question about what the next steps are, and I will say that we've been meeting with an advisory committee of a number of different procurement experts, business experts from all of the distinctions based over the last couple of years to try to get to that answer. What would an independent procurement list agency look like? Who should hold this responsibility? And quite frankly, we haven't had really a consensus across the different distinctions groups or organizations that we're working with. But I think the next step is to really pull people together again and think about whether or not they would like to proceed as a collective to design something that more quickly removes this responsibility out of the government's department and into an independent type of agency, something that can be stood up quickly, but also that can provide those spaces for Indigenous people to do what I think will be their hard job of wrangling around how they will define identity. Because identity, as you know, as an Indigenous person yourself, is not as cut and dry as some of the opponents would like to make it seem. There are different ways that people define indigeneity. Indigenous peoples themselves define indigeneity differently. And the Government of Canada's colonial process of, for example, with First Nations, having a very heavy hand in whether or not someone is status or not, complicates this conversation tremendously. So I am looking forward to this work happening soon. I hope that we'll have something to say in the new year about this, and we're moving very quickly with partners on the next steps.
Thank you very much, Mr. McLeod. So that completes our second round of questioning. We're moving into the third round, starting with Mr. Genuis for 5 minutes.
Chair, Indigenous leaders have said that Indigenous identity fraud is rampant in this program, but no one has been held accountable. And I want to come back to that. Nobody has been held accountable by the government for Indigenous identity fraud. And let's zero in on one famous example, MP Randy Boissonneau. Now, his company, Global Health Imports, misrepresented their Indigenous identity. We know that now. There's no debate. They made a claim to be Indigenous. That claim was false. First question, has the Indigenous identity fraud of Randy Boissonneau's company been referred to the RCMP?
I believe I answered this question at my last committee appearance just a few weeks ago. The company in question, GHI, was never on the Indigenous business procurement list, and I believe Minister Duclos has additional information about.
Yeah, just before you chime in, Mr. Duclos, my question is very specific. We know they engage in Indigenous identity fraud in order to increase their chance of getting business from the government. That's fraud. Has this case been referred to the RCMP?
Monsieur le député Genuis, je pense qu'avant.
Mr. MP Genuis, I think when we describe things, we have to be careful of the language that we use. You've said it's a fraud. You would need to prove this, and I can assure you that if there had been fraud, there is in the government, in an independent way, mechanisms to ensure that these cases of fraud be dealt with in the proper manner.
Referring to the RCMP, but I am a bit struck, Mr. Duclos, that you think I should be careful saying that they committed fraud. They claim to be an Indigenous-owned business. They are not an Indigenous-owned business, but in the process of pursuing a contract with the Government of Canada, they falsely claim to be Indigenous. How is there any doubt about whether or not that is fraudulent?
Ce n'est pas aux politiciens comme nous sommes de déterminer.
It's not up to politicians that we are to determine whether there's any fraud.
En cours de justice artificielle, je pense qu'on doit faire confiance aux experts.
I think we have to trust the experts. Mr. Carr, it's really difficult to hear the minister.
Like he wasn't answering the question, I jumped in.
Monsieur le Président, je pense que
this farce is not allowed to go on at any other committee, Mr. Chair. So can you tell them to be quiet and let people actually do their work?
Mr. Genuis, the witness, the minister, was in the middle of answering the question that you asked, and then before he could actually get to the answer, you interrupted him. I understand that there are times where you want to ask a pointed question, and that is very much the practice and procedure of committees, but it's very important that we don't have the crosstalk because of the interpretation and also because of members that might have challenges hearing. So I just want to remind members not to be cross-talking because of the health impacts, which we've been warned about many times on committees and in the House. But with that, Mr. Genuis, you have a little,
yes,
2 minutes and 45
seconds.
So
I'll just give the minister one more chance to answer the question. You have a company that I think quite clearly engaged in Indigenous identity fraud. You might say, well, maybe it wasn't quite fraud. Maybe they just lied in order to try to steal money from the taxpayers, but it wasn't really fraud. Have you referred information about this case to the RCMP?
Je dirais qu'il y a le droit et la responsabilité. Vous avez...
You have the right to your opinions, and we have the responsibility of validating whether there is fraud, and that responsibility has been put into operation in an independently, a politically independent way.
Were you responsible for terminating the government's contract with Round Point Consulting?
Pardon me. The contract with Brown Point Consulting was terminated by the contracting authorities of Indigenous Services Canada, as the contracting authorities would in
So
any situation.
who made that decision?
It was any decision to terminate would be between the program authority, which is who I am,
Okay.
and the contracting authority.
So you made the decision?
Sorry?
So you made the decision?
So it's a joint decision
Okay.
between myself
why,
and contracting authorities.
Why was that decision made?
The decision was made because the work that was being done under that contract had changed significantly from when it was put in place, and the statement of work that had been used to award that contract no longer reflected accurately what the contractors were doing, and the work essentially had diminished and was not required.
Okay, they were in the middle of doing an audit into Canadian Healthcare Agency, and according to reports in the Globe and Mail, the government, so you, told them to no longer look into indigeneity claims of companies. Is that true?
Stated is not factual.
Is the Globe and Mail story correct?
The audit was done in 2016. The termination of the contract occurred in 2023, and the changes to the process, including who was verifying indigeneity, occurred in 2022.
Is there anything in the Globe and Mail story on this that you dispute?
Yes.
It's to you.
I think that sometimes people, their opinions reflected in that article reflect the opinions of Mr. Gary Hardle.
Is there anything in the article that you dispute?
I think, Mr. Chair, the
no,
official
my questions are for Ms.
I am the minister, and I
Sultan.
get to direct how the questions are
No,
answered
you don't.
and asked.
No,
Actually,
you don't.
I do.
Actually, you don't.
I do.
Stop.
So, Mr. Genuis, your
you
time
know,
is ready.
Mr. Chair, it's obvious what you're trying to do. That the official responsible for this didn't want to answer the question, so the minister jumped in to prevent her from needing to answer it. It's obvious to everyone what's going on.
That is not accurate, Mr. Chair. And the member of Parliament is, I would say, has asked the question, has received an answer. And what I would also say is that he asked this question of me earlier, and I have given him a clear answer.
Mr. Chair, who has the floor?
Because, Mr. Chair, that it's unfortunate that civil servants
I asked a question of an official about very serious allegations, and I didn't get an answer.
So, Mr. Genuis, your time has elapsed here.
Yeah.
There will likely be another opportunity to ask a question.
Well, that is very revealing, Chair, and everybody
to
saw what happened, that the official refused to answer the question, and the minister
Mr.
jumped in to
Genuis,
try to save her.
We're moving
Actually,
on.
that's not accurate, Mr. Chair, and the official would like
exactly
to speak
what
at
happened.
this
Wait,
point. Mr. Chair, this is not respectful of officials that are working on behalf of Canadians.
And you can let them answer the question.
We're moving on to our next question,
order.
Mr. I'll give the official the opportunity to answer this, but we're over time here, and then we're moving on.
Order.
But first, we have a point of order from Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Chair, you're allowing people to speak over each other. I have a hearing issue. Today I brought my device for captions, and I'm still struggling to follow because there's too many voices coming on. If we could just restrict it to whoever's on the microphone, be greatly appreciated.
Thank you for reminding members, Mr. McLeod. Of course, we need to limit the crosstalk here, both for interpretation and people that have hearing challenges. And I see on the same point of order we have Monsieur Lemire.
Thank you, Chair. I also want to repeat that for Francophones who are listening to the debate, the interpretation is fundamentally important, and to speak over witnesses decreases the understanding we can have of the debate. I thank the interpreters for their patience and their dedication, and several times they've said that it's very difficult to interpret. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Lemire.
Just a very brief answer from Ms. Sultan, and then we'll be moving on to Mr. Batiste.
Thank you for the opportunity to respond. I think that the allegations in that article are very troubling, and need to be taken very seriously. There are multiple pieces of information in that article with which I disagree and have a different point of view.
Thank you very much, Mr. Genuis. We're moving on to Mr. Batiste for 5 minutes.
Thank you, and I hope that you can hear me, Mr. Chair. Give me the thumbs up. I didn't get a chance because of service. Thank you very much. Ministers, the crux of this study seems to be that somehow that by setting targets for Indigenous procurement, that our government is doing a disservice to Indigenous peoples. It seems to be something that is aligned in the questions, because nowhere in the Conservative questions have I heard any kind of resemblance of getting to the actual issue of Indigenous identity and how we solve those problems and how do we work collaboratively with First Nations. It seems very much more like something that helps their cut agenda. And I'm wondering, in terms of what our government has been able to do as compared to the previous 11 years under the Harper government, how do we stack up when it comes to talking about what we've been able to achieve through Indigenous procurement?
Well, thanks very much, MP Batiste. I mean, you're such an important voice at this table, I think, as a First Nations member, and obviously you have firsthand experience with your own First Nation about the devastating impact of poverty and unemployment. And I mean, that's what the goal of the 5% procurement target is, to actually help elevate Indigenous businesses, yes, but communities out of what I would say was an intentional economic exclusion. We actually set a procurement target. I think that's the first thing. This government has been very serious in its intention to pursue economic reconciliation, and I appreciate MP Idloat's call to be reflective when we're talking about the word reconciliation, because in fact, not all Indigenous people feel comfortable with that word, but whatever we call it, the Government of Canada has reparations to make. And we have been doing that as a government, as you know, over the last 9 years, whether it's settling land claims and being more respectful in treaty and funding, all kinds of deficits that were left behind over a decade of neglect, including water, but also, yes, ensuring that Indigenous business is seen as the economic powerhouse that they really are. That's the legacy of this government, and I think it's an important one. And it's one that I assume from the members of Parliament that are Conservative, they believe in too. Because why else would you spend so much time talking about a procurement strategy if you didn't believe in the importance of Indigenous procurement?
Thank you, Minister. Last week we had a lot of chiefs in town. We had a lot of chiefs from all across Canada. I know that you made time for them. I know that I saw Miss Idloat and I saw Sebastian at important meetings and functions that they were invited to on behalf of the National Chief, where they were able to talk to us about some of the key things that were important to them. Now, I know that there's a House order out there that that has a few parties and kind of led by the Conservatives, where they believe they know what's best for the Indigenous people. So they start telling our committee how we can best help them. But I know that in those discussions you had with them, they actually set out some of the important things that were important to them. I saw resolutions around justice. I saw resolutions about water and the need to move fast on C-61. But then when you have Indigenous members who get up in the House in an attempt to seek unanimous consent on something as fundamentally important as having clean water and protected water for First Nations communities, you have Conservatives shout them down before the word water can even come out of their mouth. I'm wondering, Minister, do you think that this study is really about helping Indigenous economic development, or do you think this is more of Conservatives' kind of framing of they know what's best for Indigenous people on what we should be studying here at this committee?
Well,
we have a point of order, Mr. Zimmer.
Using the same rationale of the Liberals, how is that relevant to the study today before us?
More than happy to answer that. I said Indigenous a number of times during that intervention. It was based on the conversations I've had with Indigenous people. You should try it. It's something that they're trying very much to hear what they're trying to say and hearing from them. And I'm asking the minister if she heard from Indigenous people last week while they were here, and if they were, in fact, advocating for what the Conservatives seem to be telling us at the study, or is it something more, including the discussions around water?
So thank you, Mr. Batiste, and thank you, Mr. Zimmer. There's about 40 seconds left.
I'll just say, yes, I met with many First Nations communities during the AFN assembly, and water did come up in many of them. In fact, in Mr. Melillo's writing, there are 42 First Nations, and in fact, as far as I can see, Mr. Melillo has, not been to many of those First Nations, and people are disappointed when their members of Parliament don't actually visit their communities in their own riding, don't advocate for the priorities of First Nations. And what I would just say about that is, there's an opportunity to make amends. I get it. We're all busy. Some of these ridings are vast. I'm about to find that out myself with the riding boundary changes. And I believe I'll be in the same position as some of my colleagues with many First Nations that are remote. But it is important when we have a chance in this House to support First Nations priorities, and not all supporting the unanimous consent last week was deeply disappointing, including to Chief Munias, who said if this legislation passes, it would help raise the standards or even set the standards for our drinking water. Right now, there's nothing there. So we hoped it would have gone to Senate today, and we're disappointed. So you can hear that there was a lot of hopefulness, and I know that it's not our last chance. I know the committee worked really hard on that legislation, and I do hope that we'll see this get to Senate before Christmas so the Senate can begin its very important study of the bill as well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Batiste. Au prochain, on va à Monsieur Lemire pour...
Next, we have Mr. Lemire for 2.5 minutes. Thank you, Chair. Yes, it's fascinating to see people defending a position in situations in a committee, but then at the House, they don't do the same thing as we saw last week. I would like to ask you again about the Enantia issue. It's fundamental. I'll ask that again. Your brief that has to be sent to the finance minister, has it been drafted already? Is there a document there? Because we know the figures, and we can help you in that way. I sent a letter to Minister Freeland. So speaking about that, we talked about that issue on November 21st. You were you were CC'd on it. So I would like to get a more formal commitment from you. Do you commit to being able to send this letter to Minister Freeland as soon as possible to make sure that it will go into the next budget? Yes. I discussed this program with Ms. Freeland already, but I also have a meeting with Lance Heyman, who's the foster of the Yananichi program. It's a very important program for home ownership for Indigenous families. And it's an opportunity, I think, for the government to accelerate our work for better situations for all constituents in the country. So we could ask her a question tomorrow, hoping she answers the same way. So, Ms. Hajdu, you answered that there was no consensus on the between the organizations that worked on the reform of procurement in terms of the identity and legitimacy of Indigenous businesses. Can you explain which of the members of the working group on Indigenous issues, who does not align itself with this? For the Inuit and the Métis and the First Nations, if there's no consensus, who are the dissenting voices? It's not a problem in terms of the consensus about who is Indigenous. For all possibilities, yes, it includes everyone. But the problem is which would be the best organization to be responsible for the list. That's the topic of discussion, Kurt, among partners presently. And I think that each partner wants to take care of the list. But the problem is that if there are many, many lists and each list is different, it becomes a problem in terms of the program objectives. I think maybe Minister Duclos would say something else, but I think it's difficult for departments in terms of procurement. If there are 10 or 12 different lists, we have to find a way to have an approach that will be transparent and very well defined, but also easy for the purchaser to navigate. Yes, I really appreciate your efforts at speaking French, and it was easy to understand. And next.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to ask a couple follow-up questions to Minister Hajdu about the Indigenous Business Directory. You had mentioned earlier that you're working with partners to make changes to it. Can you identify who those partners are?
Well, of course, you've heard from a lot of them. CCAB, NACA, the Voyageur Métis Corporation, I think I have that in the right order, and ITK and the procurement through ITK. So all distinctions are represented, and there may be other people on the committee, but do you want to hear from Jessica, the other groups?
Maybe if you can provide us in a written response.
We can, yes.
Could you also state more clearly, because in your earlier response you only said in the near future, can you give more specific response as to how the timelines that you're estimating it to happen?
I would like to have a conversation with the partners about what timeline they feel comfortable with. This is already accelerating what was supposed to be a 5-year process, but I think that we can't wait the full 5 years to transfer the list to Indigenous self-determined approach. So rather than impose a deadline on partners, what I think I'd like to do is come back or provide you in writing a timeline once we've had that conversation with partners. They need to be comfortable as well with the approach, and it's important to me that I don't impose a deadline.
Okay, thank you so much. I do have a follow-up question as well to Minister Duclos regarding Article 24. I know that it also states that Nunavut Inuit labor force analysis will happen. The last one occurred in 2018, and I wonder if you can give us an update as to the work of the labor force analysis and the recommendations that may have been made to ensure that Article 24 is being implemented.
Yeah. The follow-up will make sure happens, will indeed include all of the benefit criteria that matters to that important directive, including, as you've mentioned, the aspect of employment, training and skill development, ownership, and the overall presence in the Nunavut settlement area. It will also speak to the criteria that are being used to evaluate bids. So the process piece, but also obviously equally importantly the outcomes piece. So we will make sure that we work with you, and that whatever is provided to you is satisfactory and answers your legitimate request.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Idlo. That takes us to the end of this panel. We are going to suspend very briefly before we welcome our next witnesses joining in a couple minutes here. But I do want to thank the ministers for appearing today. I want to thank all of our officials for answering questions. But sorry, point of order?
Yeah, just a point of order, Chair. We also need to deal with the issue of Mr. Bossino's 2 business partners that were supposed to be, as per the House order, attending committee to answer questions. So I want to get your update. I know there was an update last week, but it would be good to find out what exactly the process is if they do not appear. And hopefully on Thursday we could have them at this committee.
Thank you. Well, first, I want to excuse our witnesses. Again, thank you very much for providing the testimony and for answering our questions. And Mr. Smale, I do want to just turn it over to the clerk here. We have made a number of efforts to contact the two individuals, but I'll hand it over to the clerk here to speak to that a little bit more.
Yes, I've tried to reach them, but unfortunately their phone numbers, their addresses don't working anymore.
Point d'ordre, Monsieur le Président. La rencontre n'est pas encore terminée.
Point of order, Chair. The meeting isn't over yet. Could we please have silence in the room?
And we'll be back in a few minutes here. order. We are resuming meeting number 136. As we're moving to our next panel, I do want to welcome our guests today, our witnesses. We have the Honourable Gary Ananasangri, Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations. We have the Honourable Jeanette Petipa-Taylor, the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Official Language, and Veterans as well, I believe. And then they'll be supported by their officials here from the Department of Crown Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs, Valerie Gideon, Deputy Minister. We have Georgina Lloyd, Assistant Deputy Minister, Northern Affairs, Heather McLean, Assistant Deputy Minister, Implementation Sector. We have Christopher Duchesne, Director General, Indigenous Institutions and Governance Modernization. And from the Department of Employment and Social Development, we have Colette Kaminsky, Senior Assistant Deputy Minister, Skills and Employment Branch, and Wojo Zialonka, Chief Financial Officer. So ministers and officials, welcome. Ministers, you will have 10 minutes each for your opening statements, after which we'll move to the rounds of questioning. So we'll start with Minister Ananasangri. You have 10 minutes or less.
Kwekwe Udlaku Tansi, hello and bonjour. Let me begin by acknowledging that we are on the traditional unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe people. Mr. Chair, I am happy to be back here at this committee to answer your questions on topics important to Indigenous peoples. I think that it is critical we acknowledge the long history of colonial systems that have kept Indigenous people and communities from fully participating in Canadian society. I've made it a priority to work in partnership with Indigenous communities to dismantle these barriers and move forward in a way that is rooted in self-determination. We're here to support Indigenous communities as they shape their own paths to self-determination in line with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Mr. Chair, identity and indigeneity are deeply personal and complex. The United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples says that Indigenous peoples have the right to determine their own identity or membership in accordance with their customs, traditions, and practices. Our job is to support communities to do this work. Last week at the Assembly of First Nations Special Chiefs Assembly, and in some meetings I took, this very topic came up. The people autochtones savent qui sont leurs.
Indigenous peoples know who their citizens are, and we must allow them to decide this. It is time to give back power to Indigenous people as it should be.
It is central to advancing economic reconciliation and ensuring fair opportunities for all. This strategy has been essential to supporting Indigenous entrepreneurs and creating jobs at Indigenous-led businesses. But we're also transforming the procurement strategy by improving policies, safeguards, and processes. Indigenous people have told us what will work and what does not, and we're listening. We must make the necessary changes in order to do better. We're working with partners to hand over the responsibility of defining and verifying Indigenous businesses to the communities themselves. Under the previous administration, before we formed government, Indigenous businesses received only 1% of federal contracts. Once we formed government, engagements done with Indigenous partners has led our government to implement a mandatory requirement for federal departments and agencies to ensure that a minimum of 5% of the total value of contracts are held by Indigenous businesses. Since that 5% target was implemented, the value of contracts going to Indigenous businesses increased by $1.5 billion. That is $1.5 billion that is going to Indigenous people and communities that leads to better success for Indigenous people as a whole. Recently, we have seen reports of this strategy being taken advantage of. This is why Indigenous Services Canada is mandated to verify the eligibility of businesses receiving contracts under the procurement strategy for Indigenous businesses. These audits led to over 1,100 Indigenous businesses being removed from the Indigenous Business Directory. We're taking direct action to hold programs accountable and prevent misuse. For too long, previous governments neglected Indigenous people. Since 2015, we have been reversing this trend. One key highlight is the new First Nations-led National Land Registry. This registry is key to unlocking economic opportunities. We have worked in partnership with the Lands Advisory Board and the Lands Title Survey Authority of BC to develop this registry. This will allow First Nations to register interest on their land and the speed of business and improve economic opportunities for all. In the last budget, we advanced the Indigenous Loan Guarantee Program to facilitate equity ownership of major projects. This program is determined to ensure that Indigenous communities can share in the benefits of major projects in their territories and on their own terms. The Indigenous Loan Guarantee will help Indigenous people share the benefit of major natural resource projects while also generating wealth for communities and support Indigenous-led solutions. Un autre élément clé de la
A further key element of economic reconciliation is to compensation for lost lands and other harms that were caused by that arise from their claims.
Claims resolution, working in partnership with First Nations from January 1st, 2016 to November 30th, 2024, 321 claims have been resolved for a total cost or total compensation of $12.6 billion. And I want to talk about two concrete examples. In June, on National Indigenous Peoples Day, I was able to join my colleague, Jaime Baptiste, in the community of Wakamuk First Nation to announce the $125 million proposed settlement agreement. I got to meet with the chief and council along with community members of all ages to see what this settlement means to them and what it will do. In October, I traveled to Treaty 5, 6, and 10 territories to announce the settling of 9 claims worth almost $1.4 billion. These settlements happen under the Strategy for Expediting Resolution of Agricultural Benefits. This expedited strategy ensures claims are resolved quickly and getting compensation to First Nations faster. As you can see, Mr. Chair, we're making progress. Over the past 5 years, we've settled an average of $1.7 billion in claims per year with First Nations across Canada, resulting in nearly 7,000 jobs. This is a significant boost to the First Nations-led economy, and it is having a positive impact, tangible economic impact in communities, not just for today, but generations to come. Mr. Chair, as a government, we must never tell communities what to do or who they are. I know committee members and Indigenous people have raised concerns about procurement and the Indigenous Business Directory. As this work is led by Minister of Indigenous Services Canada, who I know appeared just before us, I will let my colleagues' words speak more of it. Our role is to support and follow the lead of Indigenous peoples as they walk their path of self-determination and prosperity. I do want to just have one reflection before I close. Mr. Chair, I've spent my entire life on the issue of representation and why representation matters at every level, not just on the elected sense, but also whether it is business or in community or at every table, there is a need for representation, and particularly those who've been underrepresented. And in this particular case, Indigenous people are severely underrepresented in many areas of our society, but particularly in the area of business and the economy. And I think the Indigenous procurement strategy was meant to ensure that at the very minimum, the federal role towards economic reconciliation ensures that representation continues. So I'm glad to speak about this. I think this is an issue that is of critical importance to all of us, and I think at the very minimum we can agree that we should be doing more, perhaps in a more enlightened way. And I'm happy to and look forward to the questions and comments from my colleagues here. Merci.
Thank you very much, Minister. Next, we will be moving on to Minister Petitpas-Taylor. You have 10 minutes or less for your opening remarks.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the committee members for the invitation to be before you this evening. I would also like to begin by acknowledging that we meet today on the unceded territory of the Algonquin people. I welcome the chance to join a conversation about issues that I do believe can and should be addressed collectively across parties. The work of this committee helps to guide Parliament as we walk the path of reconciliation. Une véritable réconciliation avec des relations.
True reconciliation with renewed relationships nation to nation, government to government, and between First Nations, Métis, Inuit, and the Crown, where we strengthen partnerships with rights holders. At the heart of the road ahead is economic reconciliation and how we can work together with our Aboriginal partners to build a fair and equitable Canada. All government departments have a role to play in this work. In my role at ESDC, we're working to close the skills and opportunity gaps that affect far too many Aboriginal people. We've created the Aboriginal Skills and Employment Training Program, which is a jointly developed framework designed to reduce the skills and employment gaps between Indigenous and non-Indigenous people. Organizations have the flexibility to prioritize training and skills development according to the needs of their communities.
Skills and Partnership Fund fosters partnerships between Indigenous organizations and employers. This program supports training that directly connects Indigenous peoples to jobs, enhancing access to meaningful economic opportunities. I would also be remiss not to mention, in my capacity as Minister of Veterans Affairs, the ongoing work that my department is doing to improve services of recognition for Indigenous veterans. First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people serve Canada with pride, yet often they faced discrimination. The Indigenous Veterans Engagement Team works to reduce barriers to access, improve outreach, and increase the offering of culturally appropriate services. We're also investing in Indigenous-led initiatives. Through the Veteran and Family Wellbeing Fund, we have provided funding directly to organizations like the Assembly of First Nations, the Southern Chiefs Organization, and others whose work improves the well-being of Indigenous veterans. More broadly, our government has invested in the next steps on the path to reconciliation through Budget 2024. This year's budget includes Indigenous housing and community infrastructure investments of $918 million. This is beyond the $5 billion already available for communities in 2024 and 2025. A recent report from the Assembly of First Nations found that every dollar invested in First Nations infrastructure generates $1.82 in economic output. This additional funding will accelerate work to narrow housing and infrastructure gaps in First Nations, Inuit, and Métis communities. Specifically, $426 million is earmarked for First Nations on reserve. $62 million is targeted towards self-governing and modern treaty First Nations. $370 million will go to Inuit communities, and $60 million is set aside for Métis communities. La restauration et la promotion.
Restoring and promoting language and culture is an important part of healing, reconciliation, and fostering a strong sense of identity and community. We are investing $1.8 billion to help Indigenous communities to exercise their jurisdiction under the First Nations, Inuit, and Métis Child, Youth, and Family Services Act. Budget 2024 supported Indigenous cultures by investing over $290 million in Indigenous-led efforts in order to reclaim, revitalize, and strengthen Indigenous cultures and languages.
We also invest $388 million to support Indigenous entrepreneurship, Indigenous tourism, unlock new clean energy opportunities, and strategic partnership initiatives. Together, as partners, we must do the work of creating opportunities and more prosperity for Indigenous people across Canada so that they can succeed on their own terms. J'espère que nous pourrons accomplir.
I hope that together we'll be able to achieve this work, and I do hope that today's conversations will enable us to move forward to reach these collective objectives. Once again, I would like to thank the committee for your invitation. I'd like to thank our officials for being with us, and we look forward to answering your questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Minister Petitpat-Taylor. This brings us to our first round of questions. These are 6-minute rounds.
The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and thank you to our witnesses. Minister Anna-Sangare, is it appropriate Randy Boissonnault remain in the Liberal caucus?
Thank you, Mr. Schmale. As you know, each caucus is the master of its own domain, and I will leave that up to the Liberal caucus to decide.
Do you think it's appropriate he remain in there?
I believe he has taken the right steps to reflect on what's happened, and he is trying to defend his name. So I do believe that he is doing the right thing at the moment.
Okay, Minister Petitpat-Taylor, same question.
Thank you so much for that question, and always good to see you, MP Schmale. To elaborate a bit on what my friend and colleague has indicated, I believe that Randy Boissonnault contributes tremendously to our caucus. He contributes tremendously to what is happening in Western Canada. And again, he has appeared at committee last week and answered a number of questions.
Okay.
And again, I've appreciated serving with him as a member of Parliament in the class of 2015 and also in Cabinet in 2021.
Committing Indigenous identity fraud is wrong. Sure. Yeah, I'll start with you and then go back to Minister Anna-Sangare.
Intentionally misleading Canadians is wrong.
Same question.
Yes.
Do you think it's harmful as well?
Yes.
Okay. Same question, Minister. Okay, for the record, that was a nod. What do you think? I don't know who to start with now. Minister Anna-Sangare. Do you think the impact of Randy Boissonnault's actions has caused hurt and harm within Indigenous communities?
I think that it's fair to say that there have been a number of Indigenous leaders who have spoken out. And for his part, Mr. Boissonnault has taken responsibility and has apologized. I think the issue of Indigenous identity, and in particularly his case, he is an adoptee, from what I understand, is quite complex. And I believe he's taken the right steps. This is certainly not something that I think anyone should take lightly. He is taking the right measures to ensure that he both ensures healing for those who he may have impacted in a negative way, but at the same time ensures that he is able to clear his name and rebuild the trust that is required in the work that we do.
J'oserais dire exactement la même chose que mon...
I was about the same thing as my friend. I believe that Minister Boissonnault, or rather Member Boissonnault, did the right thing, that he appeared before the committee last week. He spent 2 hours asking detailed questions put to him by the committee. Now he's taking the time to reset the clock to once again be able to rectify the situation.
So if we have, and we did have, an Indigenous woman inside the Liberal caucus, Jody Wilson-Raybould, she was kicked out of caucus for telling the truth. Now we have a non-Indigenous man who misled on a number of issues, being part of a co-owning a company while still being in caucus, and the list goes on. You heard the testimony, you referenced it. So we have an Indigenous woman that was kicked out for telling the truth. We have one that is misleading and has a cloudy past. How come he still remains in caucus and Jody Wilson-Raybould was shown the exit?
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
So we have a point of order, Mr. Carr.
Relevance?
Well, on the same point of order, let the record show that Member Carr couldn't even keep a straight face while he was saying that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Carr. As always, I just want to remind members to keep comments relevant to the study at hand. And so I pause it for Mr. Schmale. You have 2 minutes and 9 seconds left.
Well, I trust how you keep time, Chair. So thank you very much. To the question, to the ministers.
I just want to repeat what I said earlier. Mr. Boissonnault has acknowledged the errors that took place. He's talked about his personal identity, the complexity that.
I think there should be an extra step here. Why is he still in caucus? If
Well,
Jody Wilson-Raybould was shown the exit.
Now, Mr. Chair, I have a legitimate point of order here. This is no, just
jaw-dropping breaking
that,
news. A legitimate point of order.
Guys, we have a point of order. Mr. Carr.
I had to specify it was legitimate in order to ensure that my colleagues across the way were aware. We are still on the same motion we were on last time. Could Mr. Schmale or you perhaps provide some direction on how whether or not a member belongs to a particular political party's caucus is relevant to Indigenous procurement? It's completely legitimate and fair for the member to ask questions about Mr. Boissonnault as it pertains to Indigenous procurement. No one's interrupting him when he chooses to do that. However, asking the ministers to comment on the membership of their political party's caucus and how that pertains to a member is not in any way that I can see relevant to the motion that we've been sent here to discuss. Perhaps you can speak to that, or Mr. Schmale can provide some further explanation.
So I'll just say one thing. So we are doing a study or an update to the barriers to Indigenous economic development. The order that we were given to the committee was that recommitted for the committee for further consideration with a view of studying the economic and anti-reconciliatory barriers posed by fraudulent bids and applications for procurement opportunities set aside for Indigenous businesses, including those from non-Indigenous owned companies. So just want to remind members of that and as much as possible to keep your questions and comments relevant to the study that's at hand. But with that, Mr. Schmale, you have a little bit more than a minute and a half to go.
Thank you very much. We'll come back to that question in a second here. Minister Petitpas-Taylor, this is not the first time you've took over a ministry from Randy Boissonnault. Do you feel uncomfortable doing so this time under the current circumstances?
I don't understand the premise of your question.
Well, that goes to my previous question about Jody Wilson-Raybould being removed from caucus, but Randy Boissonnault still remaining in caucus. I think this raises some pretty significant concerns. The fact that, again, he co-owned a company, was still bidding on contract. They checked a box claiming Indigenous ownership, trying to access Indigenous contracts set aside specifically for Indigenous-owned business. We just have 1,100 companies that were removed from the registry. So now you're coming into a role, not the first time you've taken over for a ministry for Minister Boissonnault. Under these circumstances, this cloud that surrounds Minister Boissonnault, it can't be overly comfortable walking into that office now.
Well, first and foremost, I think that's the question that you'd have to ask MP Boissonnault with respect to his dealings. I'm feeling comfortable getting briefed up on a new file that I've just taken over in the past 2 weeks. And again, my officials have been very helpful in helping me get up to date on the files.
My previous question about Jody Wilson-Raybould. She was removed, Randy Boissonnault stays. How do we...
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Point of order, Mr. Carr.
Can you provide some direction to the committee, please, on the relevance and the connection between a former member of Parliament, their membership within the Liberal caucus, and the motion that we were sent here to discuss as it pertains to Indigenous procurement?
The barriers to economic barriers to economic development in Indigenous communities. I'm speaking to this because he Randy Boissonnault co-owned in a company that claimed Indigenous status when in fact they were not. That, to me, is a barrier to economic development. So let's talk about it.
Not the membership in caucus.
So let's talk about it.
So,
Stay on track.
Very quickly, final question, and your time is just about up.
Okay, that was my question. Why?
That's a question that you'd have to refer to MP Boissonnault, and I think he was here last week for 2 hours to answer many of your questions.
Mr. Schmale, we're moving on to the second questioner in the first round. Mr. Battiste, you have the floor for 6 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I'd like to start off by asking the Minister of Crown and Indigenous Relations some question. Minister, you've done a very good job of reaching out to Indigenous communities, meeting with them.
Mr. Batiste, I'm going to have to stop you there. For some reason, the microphone is very, very quiet. Maybe if you could just keep speaking, I'll see if it's a little bit louder.
I can speak much louder if it helps you, but I'd rather just talk in the normal voice, but so it doesn't seem like I'm shouting at my minister.
So, sorry, Mr. Batiste, we're going to have to pause very briefly. For some reason, the sound level in the room is quite low, and we'll just pause very briefly. We'll just suspend very briefly until we can resolve this.
Testing, 1, 2, testing, 1, 2.
And we're going to start over. You've got 6 minutes.
Thank you very much. My question's for Minister Anna Sangri. He's done a very good job in talking to Indigenous communities across Canada about some of the barriers that they feel have helped their communities from doing as well as others. You had the ability to talk to chiefs about the policies that were created by Canada that have kept them from succeeding. You've talked to communities who've had longstanding Aboriginal and treaty rights claims that haven't been honored, that you've attempted to right these wrongs. You've had many communities talk to you about, systemic problems within the justice system, within, other things like clean water that prevents communities from doing well economically. How often, Minister, do you have Indigenous communities come to you say, we really don't know who we are, and we think that we need your government to study who we are and determine for us who should and shouldn't be given eligibility for projects?
Thank you, Jaime, for that question. Let me just say that probably one of the overwhelming issues I get when I speak to leadership, and I would say last week was a great example. I spoke to a number of caucuses, including AFN Manitoba caucus, as well as Nova Scotia. And overwhelmingly, one of the issues that come up is the issue of why the federal government is still in the business of defining identity, particularly with respect to First Nations. And as you know, the Indian Act is a deeply troubling piece of legislation that does define, and over time we know that it's had very negative impacts, particularly for women who have gone outside of their communities, and in order for them to retain status for their now grandchildren or second generation cutoff. I think it's an issue of deep concern for many, and I would say and the commitment that I've made is that conversation will continue to happen, and as we look at modern day treaties, it's an area where we really do want to ensure that the Indian Act. My preference would be the Indian Act wouldn't exist, but in the interim, work towards ensuring that issues around citizenship and membership is left to the nations. I believe we have some very constructive conversations taking place, especially in Ontario and other places where we have advanced the issues of membership, but we are still far off. And Jaime, I would suggest that that's probably one of the most frustrating issues around identity that I get. I'm sure you've heard it as well. Issues around procurement is not something that I often get, but it comes in the context of why isn't the distribution of contracts, why isn't that sufficient or ample for Indigenous people to be able to access. I often worry about the representation, and as I outlined in my statement, representation of Indigenous people in all aspects of our life. So, one of the conversations that I'm having is with the clerk of Parliament, and the suggestion that I do not believe that we have many Indigenous voices who are represented within the clerk's office, whether it be analysts, whether it be clerks, whether it be even pages. And those are conversations, I think, that are very much leading towards ensuring that there is greater representation. There's obviously a great deal of barriers that exist, including issues around language, issues around the way we assess applications. But I do believe that I have a responsibility particularly to ensure that the representation is wholesome and one that is increasing. I know many of the professional schools, for example, are very much charged with it. But we as a government, I think, whole of government, not just our department, the whole of government need to do more to ensure that greater voices are at the table.
Minister, based on your conversations that you had last week with the chiefs and based on your conversations that you've had over the last 6 months, do you think that this study around Indigenous procurement or going after Mr. Boisneau is something that the chiefs are interested in, or do you think that they would rather us focus on key things like justice, Indigenous policing, systemic racism, and ensuring that we get water legislation passed in the House of Commons that would benefit all First Nations communities across Canada?
Well, I would love for this committee to study Bill C-77, which is on the Commission on Modern Treaty implementation. I also think that there is a valid reason to study the notion of economic development in Indigenous communities in the context of the realities, and not just focused on one individual who has made a mistake here and who's acknowledged the mistake. I believe that this is a very constructive committee. I've been on it for many years. And I do believe that this report will maybe shed light to what we need to do more as a government to ensure that there is greater representation in economic development amongst Indigenous communities.
Thank you very much. Sorry, Mr. Badis, I'm going to have to cut you off there. You're over time. But avec ça, on va prochaine.
On that note, I'd like to turn the floor over to Mr. Lemire. You have the floor for 6 minutes. Thank you very much, Chair. Minister, thank you for being here, ministers. You, as well as your colleague, play an important role in identifying what is Indigenous and what is not Indigenous. So, not being able to identify this clearly causes a great deal of harm to Indigenous communities. And let me explain. First of all, I'd like to ask you to clarify one thing. Is your objective is to set aside C-53 as a bill? Is that going to be achieved? In other words, will you take action so that we will not be tabling C-53, that it's not tabled before Parliament?
Mr. Sebastian.
Thank you for that question.
53 is a piece of legislation that this committee has studied, and I want to thank the work that the committee did. I know it wasn't an easy conversation. There was a lot of dynamics there. At this point in the journey of C-53, I would reluctantly say that it is a bill that it may be hard to continue in its current form. As you know, there was a court decision relating to the Métis Nation of Alberta, and there was also a decision by the Métis Nation of Saskatchewan to pull out of that process. And consequently, I'm respecting those two separate but I think related conclusions. And as a result, C-53 will not be moving forward.
J'ajouterais que l'Assemblée des Premières Nations a réitéré.
I'd like to iterate that the Assembly of First Nations last week in convention indicated that C-53 should be withdrawn. A number of Indigenous communities who are a member of the Assembly, of course, the PNQL and the Ontario Chiefs, demanded this. The Métis as well were asking for this, and the ones that were at Rivière Rouge. But in its current form, so Bill C-53 already leads to a great deal of tension and disagreement. As you know, the Métis National Council retains information on a major report on the Métis Nation of Ontario. And in fact, the issue of the Métis Nation of Alberta is on your table. That simply is not acceptable to First Nations, to Métis and the Inuit. The Métis of Saskatchewan have left the organization. They did so in the spring of 2024. Remember that the Federation of the Métis of Manitoba also left that organization in 2021. Could you please tell us what is not working in this organization? What about the membership issues, and why is it that there's no compliance with these organizations? The First Nations are a little bit tired of the cultural appropriation that has been done by the members of the Métis Nation of Ontario. I'd like to know if any measures will be taken in order to clarify the role of the Métis National Council.
The National Council has been in existence for many years. They are considered to be one of the national Indigenous organizations in Canada, including the ITK and the Assembly of First Nations. And as a result, they played a central role in a number of major discussions, and they continue to play a central role. I am concerned about the issues around membership, but I don't want to comment publicly on internal matters of the Métis National Council without having a wholesome conversation. I don't think it's fair. But also, the issues around representation really rest with Indigenous people, in this particular case, the Métis. And their constituent members. But from a national perspective, I look forward to conversations that we will have to see how either it could be strengthened or what other alternatives may exist. But I think it's fair to say that I am quite concerned, and I do look forward to speaking with the new president at the earliest juncture.
Est-ce que vous considérez le...
Do you believe that the Ralliement des Métis, is that an Indigenous organization?
Oui. Est-ce que vous considérez que le...
Do you believe that the Métis National Council is an Indigenous organization?
Yes.
Quelle légitimité...
So, what is the MNC's legitimacy in order to operate at this time?
The Métis National Council, as I've said, have existed for many years. In fact, I would say decades. They continue to be recognized as a national Indigenous organization, including on when we set up the council.
Sur quelle base juridique opère?
On what legal basis are they operating?
Well, they're not a rights holder, and I want to make that distinction. But however, they comprise many rights holders, not all exclusively, but there's still a number of rights holders who are part of the Métis National Council. As I indicated, we will be having conversations. I look forward to the conversation with them. I think it's premature to cast or come to any conclusions on its future. I do think there's certainly a long history that warrants greater study and reflections on the work that Métis National Council does.
Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Mr.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lemire.
Out for 6 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. My first couple of questions will be to Minister Anna Sangari regarding the Indigenous Loan Guarantee Program that was announced in the budget 2024. In a recent meeting with the First Nations Financial Authority the members, they emphasized the importance of amending the First Nations Fiscal Management Act to allow for special purpose vehicles. Given the potential announcement regarding the Indigenous Loan Guarantee Program, wouldn't it be prudent to have these amendments in place to align with that announcement?
Thank you, Ms. Idlaut. I believe I have answered this question in the past, and I think we're probably in the same place. It is certainly a conversation that we've had with the finance authorities, and I believe I have another meeting scheduled with them this week. There are there needs to be a greater conversation, including with finance, in terms of what additional vehicles can be utilized towards raising funds. I do think as part of economic reconciliation, that is a critical component of what we need to do. It may be premature, as we roll out the loan guarantee program. It may be premature for us to do this at the same time, because I don't believe the background work has been complete on this at this moment.
Thank you. My understanding is that the proposed amendments wouldn't cost the government anything and would enable First Nation communities to act with agility with the required in business. So whatever guidance that you can do for that future work would be very much appreciated. I'm going to turn now to Minister Taylor. I'm going to read a quote from Minister of Family Services in Nunavut, Margaret Nakasuk, who said that the federal funding cuts are impacting her department's ability to expand job training programs in Nunavut. And I'm going to read a quote that she said, and I start the quote with, "I planned to rise today to highlight the work Family Services is doing to train Nunavummiut for job readiness using federal government funds from the Targeted Labor Market Transfer Agreement. But I am unable to do that because the Government of Canada cut $625 million from the labor market transfers in Budget 2024, end quote. Minister, you'll recall that I had written to you regarding the cuts, and I understand that you're still new to this portfolio, and I was quite disappointed with the response that you gave me regarding the cuts. The federal government cut $625 million from the labor market transfers in 2024, and cutting this funding significantly impacts Inuit and young people in my riding. It is a loss of $890,000 in training dollars in Nunavut. Indeed, it was the Redfish Art Studio, which is a program that provides youth at risk to be diverted out of the criminal justice system and to learn both their language, their culture, and new skills. Minister, could you please explain to my community how the federal government cuts to the labor market transfer agreement funding does not perpetuate unemployment, underemployment, cycles of poverty, and limiting the progress of Nunavummiut towards a more equitable and prosperous society?
Thank you so much for that question. And also, before I answer, I also want to acknowledge that you're not able to speak in your mother tongue, and being a francophone, I can appreciate that it's a challenge, and I'm certainly hoping that that is going to be rectified for future committee appearances. With respect to your question, with respect to the labor market agreements, the transfers that were made, the federal government had provided some top-ups back in 2017. And then from there, during the pandemic, we decided to keep on allowing the top-ups to continue. But it was always made very clear that it was a top-up and that it was eventually going to go back to the original funding. And it is my understanding, not just my understanding, I've spoken to many of the provincial ministers, and I can appreciate that for them, they wanted the monies to continue. But those monies were specifically put in place in order to ensure that equity-deserving groups were going to have more opportunities. And again, if provinces and territories choose that they want to continue with the funds, if they want to further invest money, they absolutely can. But the federal government at the time had indicated that it was going to be a temporary top-up only, and it wasn't a part of the ongoing funding.
Just to follow up to that, I'm not sure that you understood clearly what Minister of Family Services in Nunavut has said and how detrimental it is to Nunavut, where this program is supposed to help make sure that those that are underemployed or have more unemployment, they're still very much needing this kind of funding, even such a small amount as $890,000. even though I understand that you tried to explain that it's supposed to be a top-up, understanding that it has not done enough to meet the needs of Nunavut, can there not be a reconsideration to make sure that Nunavut's portion is added so that we can see more of this program having the positive impacts it needs to have?
So just a very short answer as we are over time here.
Your funding that's sunset, and that is not just for the territory, but for all provinces and territories.
Thank you very much, Ms. Idlout. That concludes our first round of questioning. Moving into the second round, starting with Mr. Genuis for 5 minutes.
Minister Ananda-Sangri, it's good to see you here. You made a couple statements about Indigenous identity in your opening. You said that indigeneity is personal and complex. You also said that Indigenous identity is defined by the communities themselves. I would just observe that these statements are somewhat contradictory. Either indigeneity is personal, that is, it's up to the individual to define whether or not they're Indigenous, or it is defined by the community. And if it's defined by the community, then an individual ought not just say, I'm Indigenous on their own. But if it's personal and complex, then that opens up more space for self-identification on varying grounds. So I wonder if you can reconcile that contradiction and tell us, do you think Indigenous identity is more defined by the individual who decides how they want to identify, or if it's more defined by the community that says, yes or no, this person is Indigenous?
Thank you, Mr. Genuis, and good to see you again, and good to be in a committee room with you. Look, I don't think they're mutually incompatible. In a sense of collective identity, when we talk about collectivities, I do believe communities should be defining what that collectivity looks like and is, and the historical formation of that collectivity over generations and in some cases millennia. The distinction sometimes does come to the individual. So, for example, if you speak to Mohawks in Ontario, they will fiercely say the issues around identity is strictly up to the individual nation to define what citizenship looks like. It is not up to the federal government in this case to be. So they're saying that it's up to the nation. Right? Yeah, if I may just finish, because I think you asked a very critical question.
Just briefly, though, please.
And I do want to give you a wholesome answer, okay? So, so I do think in that case it is that collectivity that defines who their citizens are. That's the way it should be.
Okay.
With respect to the individual, in a situation, if you look at the history of issues around residential schools, on child welfare systems, where someone's identity has, for many reasons, for a myriad of reasons, been compounded by the fact that they may not be living with their biological parents or living in a community where they would have been born and they have long lineage, or they can trace long lineage. I do think it's legitimate for an individual to be contemplating and to understand what that identity looks like.
Okay, I have limited time, so I think I understand where you're going with this, but in those cases, you've got an individual that's seeking information about their own history, their heritage that they've been separated from. It's still the community that defines that identity. It's just that an individual has been separated from that community. This question is at the heart of a lot of this issue, because you have now a lot of people popping up trying to take advantage of government programs who don't have connections to any kind of community. And I was struck by your comment that the Randy Boissonnault case is complex. I don't think it's complex at all. I think it's very simple. What do you think is complex on these identity issues about Randy Boissonnault's previous claims around Indigenous identity? What's complex there?
Well, to me, first and foremost, one of the things that I've contemplated on this issue is that he was adopted. So he was not from his biological family unit. Can
I just say on that, just quickly though, he claimed to be a non-status adopted Cree, and Ms. Idlout asked him what Cree nation, and he couldn't answer that question. His family's not Cree. His family is Métis, and the rules around membership in the Métis community are very clear, and they don't apply to him. So it's not actually complex. I mean, he has. I just don't. Why do you think it's complex?
Sorry, Mr. Genuis, there's a point of order. Mr. Batiste?
I think that Mr. Genuis's comment there that says the Métis is very clear is an inaccurate assessment.
That's obviously not a point of order. Use your own round if you think what I say is inaccurate. Come on. You know the rules.
If he says it's simple, it's offensive to Indigenous people around Canada that he would think this is that indigeneity is a complex thing. In his very question, he talks about.
Can we just get past the feigned outrage? The Métis Nation of Alberta has a clear sense of who they are.
There's too much
on the same point of order.
crosstalk happening here. So, Mr. Batiste, this is not a point of order. I do want to give the floor back to Mr. Genuis. You have about 45 seconds.
I would just ask him to be respectful of his language towards Indigenous people.
Yeah.
And their criteria for defining themselves.
Okay, can I just speak on the same point of order, Mr. Chair? The Métis Nation of Alberta know who they are, and they have been clear about who they are, and they have been clear that they get to decide, and that Randy Boissonneau is not Indigenous.
So, look, there's a lot of.
We're going to hear from them very soon. It doesn't apply to Randy Boissonneau.
So do you know?
It's not complex. It doesn't apply to
Mr.
Boissonneau.
Batiste. Mr. Batiste, right now, Mr. Genuis has the floor. He has about 45 seconds left. There will be.
Respectful.
I agree. All members need to be respectful. I know this is a very, very charged subject, and there will be another round for questions from the Liberal Party and comments. But I do want to give the floor back to Mr. Genuis for about 40 seconds.
Yeah. Just to really drill down on this, Mr. Anasangri, and then I'll give you the floor to wrap up. But Mr. Boissonneau said he was non-status adopted Cree. He claimed to come up with that term in conversation with an Indigenous researcher. The Indigenous researcher said no, he didn't give him that term. And you and Mr. Batiste and others want to say that this is complex. He's a member of your caucus, and he just lied about who he was for political advantage. I don't think it's complex at all. Why do you maintain that it's complex, and if so, why is it complex?
There's a point of order, Mr. Hanley.
Again, please respect for the member, and the accusation of lying, I think, is inappropriate.
It's not against the rules to tell the truth.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hanley.
Let's answer the question.
Do want to remind all members to be respectful. And with Standing Order 18 speaks specifically to that. With that, time is very short. If Mr. Genuis could get to his question, and then we'll moving on to the next speaker.
Yeah, I mean, I've tried to ask it a few times. Love to hear from Minister Anasangri again. Why is it complex? It's not complex, it's simple. But why do you think it's complex? In the case of Mr. Boissonneau specifically.
Mr. Genuis, I believe I've answered that question. We can agree to disagree on this. It is not that straightforward for someone who was adopted into a family. The issue of identity is complex to start off with, but in this particular case, I think it's compounded by the fact that he was adopted. I think he's spoken for himself. I'm not here to add to that. I think he's given you his position. As far as I'm concerned, if you disagree with my analysis of this, we can agree to disagree.
Thank you very much, Mr. Genuis. We're moving on to Mr. Hanley. You have the floor for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Thank you to both of you, ministers, for appearing, and thank you to all the officials for being here as well. Minister Anasangri, I know that you feel very strongly about economic reconciliation. You refer to it often, including at this committee. And I was reflecting on that topic as it was raised many times during Intergovernmental Forum last week when there was a strong Yukon presence here for Yukon Days. We welcomed many chiefs to Ottawa, as you know, also First Nation leaders, the Premier, and several ministers. And I'll also note how, with the goal of economic reconciliation and First Nation economic development, how important it is that we pursue the implementation of modern treaties, of which, of course, as you know, 11 of Canada's modern treaties are actually amongst First Nations in the Yukon. I was also reminded how important it is to renew the fiscal relationship between Canada and self-governing First Nations as reflected in the collaborative fiscal framework policy, and how Yukon First Nations are really depending on the completion of this framework. So I wonder if you could update me specifically on this from your point of view regarding progress on the collaborative fiscal policy and where we are and where you expect we should be going.
Thank you, Dr. Hanley. And I've been reminded by virtually every Yukon First Nation that there are 11 modern treaties that exist in Yukon, and I certainly want to acknowledge that. And of course, at the Intergovernmental Forum, that was also highlighted. The issues around collaborative fiscal we've done, we've undertaken a great deal of work with particularly the Yukon First Nations, and I believe that we have a significant movement and certainly a commitment from my part to ensure that comes to fruition. It is important that there is there proper fiscal anchors and availability of resources for the full potential of modern treaty nations, but particularly in the north, to be able to undertake, amongst other things, very important work around economic reconciliation. It is, in my opinion, one of the anchors that will enable a long-term self-determination for First Nations, and Yukon is a great example where there is a very supportive territorial government, and a great deal of work has gone in towards ensuring own source revenue. But not just that, there's other areas of significant progress, including what I am hoping will be the first modern agreement on justice that we will be able to sign in Yukon.
Thank you for that. And one of my, on a similar topic of modern treaties and implementation, one of my main worries about the conservative obstruction in the House over privilege and all of the valuable legislation that's being held up. Amongst them is Bill C-77, as you know, the Modern Treaty Commissioner Act, and that has not yet come back for second reading. Certainly one of the priorities that Yukon First Nation leaders, along with other self-governing chiefs around the country, really are pressing to get done. And I wonder if you could comment on the importance of passing this legislation and your role vis-a-vis helping to move this bill forward.
Thank you. And look, Bill C-77 is a bill that was co-developed by modern treaty nations. It's something that they've been asking for over 20 years. This was truly co-developed with full involvement of all the existing modern treaty nations. It is something that they have been asking for from the government for the last number of months as we finalized it and we tabled the legislation earlier in the fall. Look, I do want to just appreciate that, like, notwithstanding, I think, some of the challenges or the deadlock, what seems like in Parliament, because of the people at this table, because that we were able to work across partisan lines, we were able to pass Bill S-16 and S-13. And I want to just acknowledge and thank the members for that. I think these are critical pieces of legislation. So is Bill C-77, so is C-61, and a range of others where I do think we need to unlock Parliament to be able to debate and to have constructive work done on why we're all elected to be here. It is transformative work. In fact, when we talk about treaties themselves, one of the challenges we have with some of the historical and numbered treaties is that there is no mechanism of what we have with Bill C-77. So I do implore and ask colleagues around the table to work in collaboration. It's one of the things that I always pride myself on, is to be able to reach across the aisle and to work with all of you here. This is not about partisanship. I mean, reconciliation, I've often said, is an intergenerational journey that involves all of us, and it's not the one party or one government has exclusivity over. I believe we've done a significant amount of work in that regard, but ultimately, I think anyone who cares about where this country is going on reconciliation really need to work with us on this.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hanley. Moving au prochain, on va à Monsieur Lemire pour 2 minutes.
Mr. Lemire, you have 2.5 minutes. Thank you, Chair. Minister, in its current form, the MNC, the Métis National Council, without Manitoba, without Saskatchewan, without this settlement, historic Métis in Alberta, and with the Métis of British Columbia, who were the last to jump ship last Friday, does this constitute the actual voice of the Métis today? Are they still legitimate in your mind, in your view?
Sebastian, with all due respect, I don't think it's fair for me to have this conversation in public. I do think it's important that I have conversations with the Métis National Council before I express anything further. I fully appreciate the questions you're posing, and I know you and I have had a number of conversations on this. But I think just out of fairness for the Métis National Council, who is recognized as a national Indigenous organization, I believe I need to have those conversations. I'll be glad to have a follow-up with you after that.
Parfait.
Very well. Obviously, I would like to ask you to immediately review its working and to take the necessary steps, especially because this organization receives public funding. I would like to add something to this, and I'd like to ask you this. On what basis is the recognition of the Métis Nation of Ontario?
Can you clarify?
Pourriez-vous expliquer, s'il vous plaît?
Reconnaissez la Métis Nation.
You recognize the Métis Nation of Ontario. On what grounds is its recognition based?
So Métis Nation of Ontario is deemed to be a Section 35 rights holder, and they have been from the outset. I can maybe ask our Deputy Minister if you wish to elaborate, but they've been a Section 35 rights holder, since Section 35 was actually implemented.
Il y a quand même une différence entre.
However, there is a difference between the Sault Ste. Marie Métis and various Métis organizations in Ontario who define themselves and are recognized by the Métis Nation of Ontario, but are not necessarily recognized by the Métis themselves. In fact, are they recognized by your government? Perhaps I could comment. We have offered funding to the organizations so that they could work on their criteria in order to define their members. As well, that's the same decision for Ontario. This is work that is currently underway. They are working on this at this time. That is key for their governance. I'm sorry, Mr. Lemire. You are out of time. However, you will have another turn.
We're going to go to Ms. Idlout for 2.5 minutes.
I think that the line of questioning asked by the Conservatives are very relevant. I have a friend, MP Rachel Blaney, who's always said she's white, who in a funny newspaper article introduced the article by saying she was born as white, she's still white, but she was adopted by a First Nations family. She's kept it very simple. She's made it very clear that she is not Indigenous. She's never used her identity as being adopted by a First Nations family to make any claim of cultural benefit for herself. So to me, it's very clear. My friend Blake Desjardins also has said, quote, "Everyone who claims Indigenous ancestry should be clear and direct when asked, especially when attempting to profit off of programs made for Indigenous entrepreneurs and businesses." Having shown how simple this is, and it is clear to me that the liberal complacency on this identity issue is creating economic barriers to Indigenous peoples. So my question to both of you is, what will you do to eliminate such economic barriers to remove these barriers to economic development?
Thank you for those comments. And look, I've been to Ms. Blaney's riding, and I've met with members of her First Nation community, and I also appreciate the advocacy and the work she does, and the same thing with Mr. Desjardins. I think we need to do better, and we need to ensure that, first and foremost, the Indigenous Business Directory should be very much led and controlled by Indigenous people. I think we need to find a mechanism to do that, which starts off often with some deep consultations and co-development. And I believe, and although it's Ms. Haidu's portfolio, I do believe that we need to get to an element or towards self-determination. The work that I do, I often say it's about self-determination, and this should be no different. Fundamentally, it should be something that's very much driven
If you
by
could
Indigenous
please
people.
answer my question about how you're going to use pretendians that are creating barriers to economic development. What will you do to address that?
Well, I think
we're over time, so just very briefly, Mr. Minister.
I mean, for me, the starting point is to ensure that the identification is driven by Indigenous people and not by the federal government. And I think that's the transformative piece, where the self-determination comes from, in this case, would be the distinctions-based individuals or groups that form the business directory or inform how the business directory is managed.
Thank you very much, Ms. Idlout. Moving next to Mr. Schmale for 5 minutes.
Thank you again to our witnesses. I want to pick up on somewhat where we left off when we talked about earlier that claiming Indigenous identity and it being fraudulent is wrong and harmful. I think we all agreed on that. So how does the government recover from the damage done within Indigenous communities after that?
Mr. Schmale, I think the work, first of all, let me just speak about what Randy needs to do and what he's committed to doing. From what my understanding is that he is acknowledged and apologized for the errors, and he is also committed to meeting with Indigenous people and leaders in order to ensure that he's able to rebuild trust. I think it's a personal responsibility he's taken. From a government perspective, I want to just talk about, I think there are a number of issues that have come up, both, I think from a process perspective, but ultimately about how the government put in a directory that is not self-determined by Indigenous people, and I believe that is the starting point for this conversation. And then I think we need to do greater work around the review, what's constituted, what the partnership looks like, because it is ultimately Indigenous people that need to determine who are Indigenous businesses and who should be qualifying for procurement. So I believe that is the path that we need to take, and it can't happen overnight. But in the meantime, we need to have some significant safeguards to ensure that Indigenous identity concerns are addressed immediately while we develop a longer-term system.
So, given the fact that 1,100 fake Indigenous businesses were removed from the registry, we have the Shannon Matabawaban from the NACA organization, the executive director, saying upwards of 70% of the listed businesses on that directory are not Indigenous owned. What other concrete steps has been taken to ensure this registry actually is true?
I believe Minister Haidu has answered those questions. It is very much in her purview, but I will just add that the actual thinking around Indigenous procurement and ensuring that there's 5% Indigenous procurement, I think it's absolutely necessary. I think how we get there is where I think we need to do better, and in ensuring especially that those who are eligible for contracts are in fact do qualify under the current procurement mandates that exist. If we need to tighten those mandates, if we need to improve, if that 51% need to come to 60 or 65%, maybe that's a conversation that we need to have, but we need to have it in conjunction with Indigenous people. And I believe the government is very committed. We're very committed to moving forward to ensure that we do far better on this issue, with the absolute determination that we need to increase procurement towards Indigenous businesses.
Yeah, the registry still is not solid. We have one Indigenous organization after another saying it isn't solid. And given the fact that your portfolio, to large extent, is in the name, right? Crown Indigenous Relations. You're the one sent in to, aside from negotiating and other things, but to make sure that relationship remains solid and strong. It's got to make you uncomfortable that Randy Boissonnault is still in caucus. You're the one managing the relationships.
Point of order, Mr.
We have a point of order, Mr. Carr.
Just coming back to this piece of relevance around caucus, I don't believe I saw that anywhere in the House instruction on the motion, but if we are going to go there, perhaps we can talk about why Karen Vecchio is not the chair of Status of Women anymore. Arnold Viersen was removed from this particular committee.
Now we're going on. This is a bit...
Mr. O'Toole was removed from their caucus. Maybe we can start to talk about why that is.
Mr. Carr, I think you've made your point about the relevance here, and are getting off of the relevance as well. The same point, I do again want to remind members the study at hand on barriers to Indigenous economic development, and the order which is on the procurement side and the anti-reconciliatory impacts of non-Indigenous businesses as well. But with that, I will hand the floor back over to Mr. Smale for about 45 seconds.
Chair, just a point of order quickly before we reach on the same point of order, because this keeps coming up and it might be uncomfortable for Mr. Carr's liberal caucus. We're talking about a case of Indigenous identity fraud. We're talking to the minister who's responsible for the government's efforts on reconciliation, and it obviously impacts those reconciliation efforts when you have a member of the Liberal caucus who engaged in Indigenous identity fraud, and his company falsely represented themselves as Indigenous in order to try to get government contracts, and he remains in the Liberal caucus. That's very different from questions about
debate, Mr.
committee assignments, etc. I mean, I'm happy not to talk about it if you didn't bring it up, Mr. Carr, and I know this is an uncomfortable subject for you, and you probably have feelings about Mr. Boissonnault's Indigenous identity fraud as well.
But we're getting into a debate here, and let's get back to the matter at hand. Mr. Schmale, the floor is yours. We have about 45 seconds.
Okay, I pose the question to the minister. It says, as the minister responsible for Crown Indigenous Relations, are you comfortable with Randy Boissonnault still being in caucus?
Well, I believe Mr. Boissonnault is taking the right steps in order to I think, work with people that he knows and to gain the trust of Indigenous people. I will leave it to him to clear his name. I think he has been at committee before, and he has answered the questions and concerns posed to him.
Indigenous procurement program, the way it's set up now?
I believe it needs to be better.
Thank you very much, Mr. Schmale. That next we'll be moving to Mr. McLeod. You have the floor for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I had to smile when a number of MPs made the comment that membership for the Métis was anything but complex, it's straightforward. My family was in the Northwest Territories and living on Big Island in 1778 when Peter Pond showed up. My family was living in a Métis community well before the Red River Métis were established in 1869. But my family is not allowed to belong to the Métis National Council or any of the Métis national organizations. I have three brothers and sisters that belong to different organizations. My sister belongs to the NDBT Métis Nation. My brother belongs to the North Slave Métis, and I belong to the Deschaux First Nations. We're all brothers and sisters. I'm in a land claim, my sister's in a land claim, but my brother, who's with the North Slave Métis, he's not allowed to settle land claim. But we're all brothers and sisters. So it's anything but easy and simple. It's something that is going to take a lot of time to sort out, definitions. But my question, I wanted to ask a question while I have the opportunity to Minister Pitapat-Taylor about the Veteran Affairs Committee and the study that's being done, which focuses on experiences of Indigenous veterans. And I wanted her to share some observations. I raise it because I have an uncle that went to the war. He hitched up his dog team in my community and went across the Great Slave Lake and caught a flight out of Hay River into Fort Smith. He went through a lot of trouble to go fight in the war, and he survived the war, but he never came back. And so I'm really interested in this study because we don't know what he did. We have no history on him. We don't know what position he held. We don't know if he got wounded. So on Remembrance Day, when we're asked to speak, I can point to the fact that I have an uncle that went to war, but I don't know anything about him because he never came back. He came back to Canada and stayed in BC where the government gave him some land. So can you just elaborate on this initiative that you're working on?
Yeah, thank you so much, Michael, for that question. This study, I believe, came about by one of the Bloc Québécois MPs that was really interested in doing a deep dive when it came to Indigenous veterans and also Black veterans as well. Many individuals appeared before committee and made it very clear that many of our Indigenous veterans and Black veterans faced discrimination when they served in the First World War, Second World War, and it continues today. Many of the veterans returned home and did not get access to the service, the benefits that their other colleagues received. And as a result, they've embarked on this study. A few recommendations that we've heard so far where I know where the committee is landing and where they've heard some recommendations from witnesses that have appeared, making sure that Indigenous veterans are included in the commemorative types of events is really important. And making sure that when we do have events that are going on either in Canada or internationally, again, making sure that we have Indigenous representation that is present. This year in Montreal, we hosted a 2-day summit, and I'm pleased to say that 11% of the veterans that were present were Indigenous, and again provided us with their points of view and also what was needed for them. They've also made it very clear as well that veterans need to be made aware of what services and benefits that they're entitled to. And as a result, many Indigenous veterans live in isolated and remote communities. And as a result, Veterans Affairs Canada created a veterans engagement team. So we go in communities 12 times a year, isolated and remote communities, in making sure that we can meet with people, meet with veterans, and making sure that they're aware of what services and benefits that they're entitled to. We've also heard as well that having a directorate with a list of our veterans and making sure that we don't forget their stories and making sure that we can identify who these veterans are as well. Once again, these are heroes that we have to remember, that we have to celebrate, and it's truly important in making sure that the proper investments and energies are put in place to make sure that we can identify who these individuals are. I've had the great pleasure and honor of meeting with many Indigenous veterans, and when they share with me their stories, it's heartbreaking sometimes. So we need to mend that, and as a department, we are serious in wanting to have meaningful engagement and meaningful relationships with the communities.
Thank you very much, Mr. McLeod. That completes the second round of questioning. And so we're going to begin the third round of questioning, starting with the Conservative Party. And I believe the first person that we have on the speaking list here is Mr. Falk. So I'll hand the floor over to you for 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to our ministers for attending committee. Minister Anand Sangari, are you familiar with Jordan's Principle?
Yes, I am.
And do you support Jordan's Principle?
Yes, I do.
And Jordan's Principle clearly says that all First Nations children living in Canada will receive the products, services, and support that they need when they need them. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Correct.
So, Mr. Fogg, if I may just interject, this area is very much the purview of Minister Hajdu, so I will have limited ability to answer questions relating to this particular issue.
Yeah, I think you should still be, it's still all under Indigenous services, and I think you should be able to answer it.
So my role is that of Minister of Crown and Indigenous Relations, so I do think that this is best directed to Minister Hajdu.
Correct. So I'm just wondering, when a person of non-Indigenous status receives money intended for Indigenous peoples, do you really think that, like Randy Boissonneau's company, do you really think that's fair when the Hanover School Division in my riding has had to issue 93 layoff notices to Jordan's Principal Educational Assistants because their funding was yanked by your department? Is that fair?
Mr. Fogg, it's not my department, and I will not be able to answer this question.
Well, Indigenous Service Canada had indicated to the Hanover School Division in May that and I'll quote you, it says, I can 100% confirm that if a school division is renewing an EA request for a student who had an EA approved in the same division 23-24, they can inform the EAA that they will be rehired for the 24-25 school year. The invoice that the school division submitted to your department for September was rejected on October 31st. Is that fair that money that...
And with great respect to you, Mr. Fogg, Mr. Chair, I'm unable to answer questions that are outside of my portfolio, and I am not, for the record, the Minister of Indigenous Services Canada. I am the Minister of Crown and Indigenous Relations. So this is a matter that, and as in your own words, sir, directly involves Indigenous Services Canada, and I would encourage you, and I'm sure Minister Hajdu would be more than glad to answer those questions, that you direct those questions to her.
Well, I'm wondering if you think it's fair.
I'm not, I will not be able to come to a conclusion on a matter that I have limited knowledge on.
Okay, so what you're saying is it's not of a great enough concern for you that there's 93 educational assistants that have been issued layoff notices and will be unable to provide necessary service to Indigenous children that better equips them.
Asked and answered.
Sorry, Mr. Batiste, point of order.
Yes, asked and answered. Repetition. He's asking the same question on a file that he knows is not under the minister's gambit. You can't take all Indigenous things in Canada and put them under just one minister. That's what the Conservatives did.
Just on the same point of order, can you shut him down when he's obviously not
thank you very much,
standing
Mr.
orders?
Batiste.
Sorry,
enforce
a
the
little bit of knowledge about Indigenous.
Mr. Batiste.
Unhelpful to their simple narratives, but there's a lot more.
It's not a matter of order.
This is not a point of order. I want to get back to the matter at hand here. And the minister, it seems to me the minister is answering the best that he can. We did have Minister Hajdu here earlier this evening to speak to this issue. The member does have about 1:45 left in his time, and I'll start the clock so you can continue with your questioning.
Well, Minister Anasangari, you did indicate you work closely with Minister Hajdu. And so this is something that you could carry forward. As to, the department says that urgent issues, when it comes to issues of Jordan's Principle, will be addressed within 48 hours. This is an urgent issue, sir. It also says that non-urgent issues will be addressed within a week. This is an urgent issue, sir. This needs to be addressed. There are Indigenous children that need the support that is provided by an educational assistant and are currently not going to be able to get that support. Will you commit to carrying that forward to Minister Hajdu?
Mr. Falk, I will be more than glad to convey your concerns to Ms. Hajdu. I also want to encourage you. I have not had a single question from the Conservative Party since my appointment on my portfolio. So I encourage you, if you do want to ask a question to Ms. Hajdu, I don't believe you've asked a question to her either. At question period, you're more than welcome to also hold our government to account through that means as well.
Been all these Liberal points of orders. When the minister was here, I perhaps would have had a round to be able to ask her that question, but your Liberal colleagues have prevented me from doing that. I'm good.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Falk. Next, we're moving to Ms. Gainey for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Minister Petitpas-Taylor, I understand there is a project in your riding that is near and dear to your heart called the Atlantic Science Enterprise Center. Minister Leboutier also was recently cooperating with you on that facility. I believe it was unveiled, perhaps both of you together. Would you like to tell us a little bit more about this project and the partnerships that have been built with Indigenous communities through this project?
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for that question. And you're correct. It's a project that's near and dear to my heart, and many folks from New Brunswick, actually all MPs. It is called the Atlantic Science Enterprise Center, and it is a significant infrastructure investment that through the Enterprise Center, this science center, 5 agencies will be under the same roof. The agencies being Pêche et Océan, Fisheries and Oceans, the CFIA, Environment Canada, the Canadian Space Agency, and also the National Research Council, all under one roof. It's going to be a state-of-the-art facility where they'll be able to share laboratories, resources, the list goes on. We'll be creating 700 good-paying jobs. We'll be partnering with local universities. But what was really interesting to me, Anna, 2 weeks ago when Minister Leboutier was there, we had a press conference for Phase 2 of the project. And an Indigenous elder was there by the name of Noel Malia from Elsipogtog First Nations, which is a community about an hour away from Moncton. And when speaking at the press conference, the elder was just indicating to me that the consultation process that happened with PSPC was really a gold standard. He said oftentimes in the past, perhaps it was checking the box, but there was meaningful, sincere engagement. And I'm just going to read you a quote because I was hoping that the question was going to be asked today, but the media asked him a question actually, and this is exactly what he responded to the media, and I quote, "I was telling her, meaning me, how important it was on the progress that we've made in building and rebuilding relationships. And when we speak about truth and reconciliation, we're actually moving towards acknowledging the truth, being mindful, and using that mindfulness to create better relationships towards reconciliation. Reconciliation is still a little ways away, and right now, we're in the process of doing a really good job in that. And I have to credit also PSPC for the work that they've done above and beyond what they would normally call engagement, because it's past the engagement now, and it's more so into how we develop long-standing, meaningful relationships with each other. And so I think that that plays a very important part in the success of this project," end quote. And the reason why he was also indicating that is when we look at the contracts that have been signed with Indigenous companies, it's really exceeded the 5% threshold. It doesn't mean that the federal government doesn't have a lot more work to do, and we've heard a lot of issues about that here today. But again, this is an example of one of those good projects. And again, when Elder Noel mentioned that, it just really struck me, and you could tell that he was genuinely pleased with the work that PSPC has done, and he wanted to share that.
Thank you for sharing that with us today. I don't know where my time is at. The chair is chatting.
Have about a minute and a half.
Okay. In terms of relationship building as well, perhaps we could go back to, I guess I understand there was in 2023 Veterans Affairs Canada and the AFN signed a letter of understanding to strengthen the commitment in supporting First Nations veterans. You spoke a little bit about this already, but I'm wondering, this sounds like a significant step that was taken, and I'm wondering if you could tell us a little bit more about the priorities established in this LOU and how it's helping to improve relationships between Veterans Affairs Canada and the AFN.
About reconciliation, the message that I want to share here this evening is all departments have a role to play. It's a whole of government approach, and Veterans Affairs is certainly not unique to that. Last spring of 2023, the former Minister of Veterans Affairs, Minister Macaulay, signed this letter of understanding with the AFN. And the 4 priority areas that were decided upon was first and foremost expanding outreach services, as I indicated earlier. That is a part of the study that's taking place right now at ACVA. Because again, we want to ensure that more veterans are aware of the services and benefits that they are entitled to. The other priority for them as well was establishing a clear point of contact for veterans as well. If they are veterans, if they need services, how to go about those types of services. Also, increasing Indigenous representation when it comes to commemorative events across the country, internationally, and also here in Canada. And finally, they made it very clear that establishing a historic record for First Nations veterans for them was a priority. Again, I was pleased that Minister Macaulay and the President of the day signed this letter of understanding. And again, our department continues to work closely with AFN and other Indigenous groups to ensure that we can establish, those working relationships in a meaningful way.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Guiney. Au prochain, on va à Monsieur Lemire.
Mr. Lemire, you have the floor for 2.5 minutes. Thank you very much, Chair. Dear Minister Ananas Sangari, you didn't want to speak about the future, about the Métis National Council. I do understand. But I would like to speak to the present to understand this somewhat better. Who is the legitimate voice of the Métis National Council? Who speaks on behalf of the Métis National Council? Who's the person that you speak with?
As of yesterday was the executive director, and there is a new elected president that I will be engaging with very soon.
Il n'y a pas eu de réunion.
There has not been a meeting or notice of meeting for a members' assembly for more than a month. Now, for a while now, but a number of people asking about the appointment of this director. Apparently, he was in position since September 2024. This was announced today. So what can you say about this process regarding the appointment? On which grounds was this person appointed, whereas the organization was unable to come to a quorum?
Mr. Lemire, I'm not going to comment on this any further. I think I've indicated my position to you, and I will be more than glad to have a full debrief and conversation with you after I have meetings. I don't think it's fair for you and I to have and to litigate this matter in public.
Je veux simplement rappeler certains faits.
I would like to recall a number of facts. The Métis Nation there, the EBC, withdrew from organization on last 29th, and there's a new person who's representing the organization. But on another level, the organization has an expert report on the Métis organization in Eastern Ontario. Have you seen this report? Would it be possible for you to table it before the committee? Because in a friendly way, I do think that it raises an issue which addresses the issue of democracy, that this kind of report is there.
I don't believe we formally received the report, and once the department receives it, I will review it, and if based on consent, I will be able to table the report. But I do need to get the consent of the authority who can give me that consent.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Lemire.
Thank you, Mr. Lemire.
We'll go to Ms. Idlout for 2.5 minutes.
Just to follow up with my questions about liberal complacency, about pretendians and their impacts on Indigenous peoples and the economic barriers that it creates for Indigenous peoples. I just wanted to ask you to answer briefly why it was so easy for Rachel and for my friend Rachel, who is white, who was adopted by a First Nation, but why is it so complicated for Randy, who has a similar experience but has a lot of people he claims to have made mistakes about his identity?
Look, I think when we talk about each individual, I think their experience and their personal life circumstances may be different. I think you just heard from Mr. McLeod, who offers a very different perspective as well. So I'm not the one impacted here directly. It is Mr. Bossino. He has provided a set of reasons, and I will let that stand. I can tell, and I just want to reiterate, this is a deeply complex issue for anyone, not just Mr. Bossino, but for anyone who is in a very similar circumstances.
Line of questioning. Bill C-15 is implementation of UNDRIP. Whose main responsibility is it to ensure that UNDRIP is implemented in Canada?
It is very much every minister's responsibility. We're all part of ensuring that UNDRIP is implemented. We have 58 measures within the UN under action plan. The lead is Minister of Justice. However, I would say more than a third of those action measures are in the responsibility of the Minister of Crown and Indigenous Relations.
Okay, very quickly, if the TRC calls for action mentions UNDRIP, whose responsibility is it to ensure that the calls to action are being implemented?
Certainly the calls to action is something that I would, that would be led by our department.
Very quickly then, what have you done to ensure that call to action number 92 on reconciliation and businesses, what have you done to ensure that call to action 92 is implemented?
And that is something that is delegated to Minister Haidu, but we will certainly, we do work together on a number of measures around economic reconciliation, including the loan guarantee program, as well as there's a number of roundtables that she has established. We also work with modern treaty organizations as well. But of course, as I indicated earlier, there is a lot more work to do in that front.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Idlout. Next, we're moving to Mr. Genuis for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. I want to talk a bit about the issue of Indigenous identity fraud. Indigenous identity fraud is an act of anti-reconciliation. It shouldn't happen. Minister Anna Ndesangri, you're the minister responsible for reconciliation, so this should be a particular concern to you. Indigenous leaders have said that Indigenous identity fraud is rampant. The AFN has said that substantially more than half of those benefiting from the Indigenous procurement program are actually shell companies. And you alluded a bit to the Indigenous identity fraud issue in your opening comments. The problem is that not a single company has faced consequences for Indigenous identity fraud. There have been zero consequences meted out for Indigenous identity fraud, despite the fact that Indigenous leaders across the board are saying this is rampant. Do you think it's acceptable that nobody has faced consequences for Indigenous identity fraud?
No.
Okay. So why has nobody faced consequences, and what do you think should be done to change that?
Well, I believe there is a undertaking by Minister Haidu to investigate this matter and to ensure that there is compliance. If there isn't compliance, or if there are those who have lied and who have misled in seeking procurement opportunities, then I think there should be consequences. I'm not the one to determine what that is.
Yeah,
but I do think there should be consequences.
And I understand the difference in role here. But you said in your opening comments, and I'll quote you, you said, "We have reports of this strategy being taken advantage of. This is why Indigenous Services Canada is mandated to verify eligibility of businesses receiving contracts under the procurement strategy for Indigenous businesses. These audits led to over 1,100 businesses being removed from the Indigenous Business Directory." So it does seem that you are able to identify businesses that should be removed from the Indigenous Business Directory, and you have companies like the Canadian Healthcare Agency that have been removed from the Indigenous Business Directory. The problem is that once they're removed, there's no further consequences, and they're actually able to bid on other government contracts. So it doesn't seem like you're having trouble identifying the instances where this has happened. The government is simply just choosing not to impose any consequences on them. Case in point, Canadian Healthcare Agency, they're still getting government contracts. They've been taken off the Indigenous business, but they're still getting government contracts. Is that acceptable?
Well, there are three issues here, right? So first is the actual directory itself. So if the directory, is if the individual companies are deemed to be ineligible, first they should be removed from the directory. Secondly, if they did obtain contracts as a result of falsification, then I think there should be consequences in terms of, because it is technically it is a criminal act to lie on a form of that nature, and there should be consequences for those who may have received contract under false pretenses. And thirdly, of course, there should be a bar on those companies from receiving additional contracts from the government for a period of time. We can disagree on what justice looks like. For me, progressive penalties is what I believe in.
I appreciate your. I'll just jump in because of time. I appreciate your answer insofar as you've actually gone further than other ministers. Minister Duclos, for example, was willing to go in acknowledging that yes, Indigenous identity fraud is fraud. It's criminal, and where possible, there should be criminal consequences, and certainly people shouldn't be barred from getting contracts. But how do you explain the fact that Global Health Imports, Randy Boissonneau's company, does not appear to have been referred to the RCMP, that Canadian Healthcare Agency is still able to bid on government contracts, that you have 1,100 businesses removed, but nothing referred to the RCMP, nobody thus far barred from accessing government contracts? Doesn't this suggest that Indigenous identity fraud just isn't being taken seriously?
Look, I believe there are measures need to be taken, and I think at the outset I said that we need to do better, and I do believe that there needs to be consequences for those who clearly misidentify themselves, whether deliberately or not, and of course, getting them off the list is the first. First of those consequences.
But you still think Randy Boissonneau should stay in caucus?
Further than that, I think I've already answered that question, Mr. Jenness.
Yeah, it just seems with him that you're leaning a lot into the subjectivity and complexity when he has now admitted that he's not Indigenous, and he's admitted that he misrepresented conversations he's had with an Indigenous researcher in the past. But I do appreciate that you've gone further than your ministerial colleagues, and I hope they will take up your challenge to improve on the significant failures that you've identified, that we've identified in terms of not dealing with Indigenous identity fraud effectively.
Thank you very much, Mr. Genuis. And we're going to be going into our last questioner, the third round and last for this panel. Mr. Carr, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ministers, welcome. Minister Nandasangre, I'm going to direct my questions at you. I had the opportunity to engage with Minister Hajdu very recently in the same committee on the topic that we're here to discuss, which is Indigenous economic development. So a couple of the things that I know you and I have worked closely on, and certainly that the government has been tuned into over the course of the past 9 years or so in my home province of Manitoba, have been very sufficiently positive and have made a substantial difference in terms of advancing that collective goal and ambition of economic reconciliation. I think of the downtown Winnipeg project that we're currently dealing with at Portage Place to convert that into a state-of-the-art healthcare facility. Of course, that doesn't happen without federal contributions. The Bay project, which of course you know we're working closely with the Southern Chiefs organization on in order to turn that into a very important source of housing and other cultural historical services in an iconic building in downtown Winnipeg. The National School Food Program, I know that the Leader of the Opposition and my colleagues across the way have referred to this as bureaucracy. They've talked about the fact that no food has been served. That's in fact incorrect. I've been in classrooms in Manitoba with former teacher colleagues of mine serving that food that has in fact been subsidized and funded by the federal government. Beyond that, I think of incredibly important successes like Freedom Road, which helped to benefit the people of Shoal Lake 40 First Nation on the Manitoba-Ontario border in terms of how that has contributed to their and the surrounding area's economic development. And I think of some recent announcements that were made both by yourself, Minister Hajdu, and others in terms of several $1 million worth of contributions in Manitoba that's going to help lead to the construction of new schools. All of this being said, Minister, perhaps you can offer your own reflections about the great work we've been able to accomplish in Manitoba and how you feel that those initiatives are working towards our collective goal of ensuring that there's economic reconciliation and economic development in Manitoba. Thank you.
Thank you, and let me just thank you for the work that you do in Manitoba. I've been to Manitoba probably more than close to a dozen times in the last year and a half or so. And two things I would add to your list, or three things. One would be the number of agricultural benefits that we've signed in Manitoba, resolutions to claims that have been essentially around for over 100 years. I think that's very historical, as well as some of the Lakota Dakota, the apology that we did this summer in July, which will continue. We need to do more work in terms of addressing some disparities that exist, but certainly these are improvements that exist, as well as the Manitoba Métis Federation self-government agreement that we signed just about 2 weeks ago. We have a very important partner in Manitoba with Premier Wap Kinew, and I think I'm talking about some of the positive stories, but also doing the right thing. I know, and I think about one of the toughest things that I've had to do as a minister is around the Prairie Green landfill, and as we speak, we know that the search is taking place now, and that is in large measure because of the partnership and the thinking that we have with Premier Kinew, and I believe that when it comes to reconciliation, it should not be a partisan issue. It's one where we need to work cross-party lines, and as you know, the election, provincial election in Manitoba was very harmful to many, especially the families of those who are believed to be on the site. So I want to just conclude by thanking you and your colleagues from Manitoba for the great work and the advocacy you do.
Thanks, Minister. Perhaps just in conclusion here, you can offer a comment in terms of the National School Food Program. Of course, as you know, I spent many years as an educator. I was fortunate to be a teacher and a school principal and worked with a lot of kids who came from difficult situations, particularly Indigenous communities in the northwest part of the city of Winnipeg. Our colleagues have referred to this as bureaucracy. I'm wondering if you can just offer your own commentary based on the discussions that you've had and the visits that you've had to my hometown of Winnipeg, where food that is subsidized by the federal government is being served in classrooms, and why you believe that that's important in terms to ensuring that there is success for Indigenous kids, in particular when it comes to their ability to find that type of optimism and hope and success, which is inclusive, of course, of economic development later on in life if they get that early, healthy start to school. Perhaps you can just quickly comment on that.
Organizations I worked with for many years is the Breakfast Clubs of Toronto, and I've been working with them for about 25 years, and I see the great work that they do. Ultimately, it's about ensuring that young people have the nutrition, the strength, the actual meal, the most important meal of the day, to get them through the day. This is about ensuring food insecurity is addressed. Affordability, I know, is a major issue for Canadians, particularly in Manitoba, and it assists with that as well. But make no mistake, it is making a difference. It's making a difference in the lives of young people, and ultimately this will have transformational impact on outcomes that as kids grow older, they will be able to retain and to understand more of what they're studying, because they're not just thinking about hunger or not having enough food to eat, but also to focus on what's important, which is school.
Thank you very much, Mr. Carr. That will conclude our
Point
panel
d'ordre,
here.
Monsieur le Président.
Sorry, point of order quickly?
Oui, juste.
Before you adjourn, if I may, of course, I would like to take advantage of having the minister with us, the Minister of Official Languages, to make her aware of a point, because I don't think that she'll be coming back to the committee in the short term. It's quite rare for her to be here. But to explain to her how important it is for Indigenous communities to have French language teaching available in Abitibi Témiscamingue, the first language for our communities is also French, and that's very important for the Red River Indigenous. They would like to reconnect with French. That was one of their original languages. So it's important that French languages courses also be delivered in Indigenous communities who make their request. I think it would be a very good thing for the government. Thank you very much, and thank you, Chair.
If you'll permit me, I just want to thank our officials for being here today. Of course, our interpreters and everyone that's assisting today. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Minister Sangri and Minister Petitpas-Taylor and our officials for joining today at this hour, and also being flexible because of the timing with votes. So we are going to suspend very briefly before we welcome our next panel, the Métis Nation of Alberta. So I'm going to briefly suspend, and we will restart in about 5 minutes. the audience in the gallery here for joining tonight at this hour. But especially I want to welcome our witnesses for this panel. We have Andrea Sandmeyer, President of the Métis Nation of Alberta, and we have Garrett Tomlinson, Senior Director, Self-Government for the Métis Nation of Alberta. So special welcome for you, and we'll start off with a 5 minutes of opening remarks, after which we'll get into questions from members of the committee. So with that, I will hand the floor over to you for your opening remarks.
That is how they teach it.
I know.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and members of the committee for inviting me to appear here today. My name is Andrea Sandmeyer, and I'm the president of the Otipemisiwak Métis government. I'm happy to be here today with Garrett Tomlinson, our senior director of self-government. It's an honor to share the work of the Otipemisiwak Métis government, formerly the Métis Nation of Alberta, and to highlight the incredible strides our government has made in economic development. Our nation stands as the oldest continuous government in Canada, Métis government in Canada, where economic development has always been a foundational element of our work. Prior to Confederation, it was the Métis that were the key drivers of the Northwest economy as it revolved around the fur trade. Today, many Métis are entrepreneurs, business owners, and significant participants in the Canadian economy. In Alberta, for nearly a century, our Métis government has worked hard to continue promoting economic development. One example that we are exceptionally proud of is our housing initiative. Since its inception over 40 years ago, we've grown to become the largest Indigenous-owned housing developer in Canada. Operated under 2 companies, we maintain and manage rental accommodations that currently provides affordable housing to more than 3,000 Indigenous Albertans in 14 urban centres throughout Alberta. From supportive housing for seniors to programs for young families, our housing initiatives work to ensure that no one is left behind, while competing in the open market and growing and supporting the economies of the communities we operate in. Our government knows that economic empowerment is only possible when Métis citizens have the tools they need to succeed. The Rupert Sand Institute, our education affiliate, is dedicated to advancing education, employment, and training opportunities. It connects Métis citizens to meaningful employment opportunities, skills training, and career development resources. Programs like these help Métis citizens move into high-demand industries, address labor market gaps, and ultimately improve economic outcomes for Métis families. I would like to add that our success as a government is built on the strength of our citizens and relies on the validity of our world-class citizenship registry. We have the strongest objectifiably verified registry system in this country. In fact, our Citizenship Registry is the only Indigenous registry in Canada that meets the requirements set out by the Canadian Standards Association. When a citizen of the Otipemisiwak Métis government holds up their citizenship card, we know unequivocally that person has proven by providing documentary evidence that they are biologically connected to the Métis families that have made up our nation for generations. The federal government's target of 5% Indigenous procurement is an important step forward in addressing the sordid history of the country towards Indigenous people. But achieving this target requires the application of equally rigorous standards to ensure it truly benefits Indigenous communities. We believe that our registry offers a model for how governments can establish clear and enforceable criteria to ensure Indigenous procurement contracts are awarded to legitimate Métis businesses. As I have said, our registry ensures that Métis citizenship is verified through a robust and transparent process, and to date, over 70,000 have gone through that process. By applying a similar standard of verification to Indigenous procurement, governments can ensure that opportunities meant for Indigenous communities are not diverted to entities with tenuous or questionable claims. Self-identification is simply not enough. A standardized high-bar verification process would not only protect the integrity of Indigenous procurement, but also ensure it delivers the economic benefits it promises. It was the Métis who built this great country 200 years ago, and we stand ready to strengthen and grow Canada's economy today. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, President Sandmeyer. With that, we're going to go into our first round of questions, the 6-minute round, starting with Mr. Genuis.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much for being here to testify today. One of the problems I see with the government's approach to these issues is that they lean very hard into saying that it's very complex to figure out who is and is not Indigenous, and that ends up being an excuse for not taking the problem of Indigenous identity fraud seriously. And earlier in this same meeting, we talked a bit about the Métis Nation of Alberta, and some of my Liberal colleagues got very animated when I pointed out that it's not subjective who's a member of the Métis Nation of Alberta, that you actually have very clear and objective criteria and way of establishing who is and is not eligible. So could you maybe just clarify the point? Am I correct in believing that who is and is not eligible to be a citizen of the Métis Nation of Alberta, it's a matter that is clear, that is objective, that can be known, and that can be the basis for definitive claims made one way or the other?
There we go. Yes, so as I said in my opening remarks, our registry system it's a rigorous process to become a citizen within the Métis Nation of Alberta. Upon application, you do have to provide proof of historical ancestry, biological historical ancestry, in order to get a Métis Nation of Alberta citizenship card. We know that when our citizens have their card, that they meet our criteria. It's a very strict and rigorous process.
Right. So entirely hypothetically, if you had someone from Alberta who was going around saying that they were Métis, but they didn't have that card, maybe they hadn't gone through the process, maybe they had tried and been told, sorry, you're not eligible, it would be a fairly straightforward matter for someone to say, okay, well, if you don't have the appropriate certification, you're either not Métis or you haven't bothered to go through the process.
Yes, so I mean the fact is that when an individual shows their citizenship card from the Otipemisiwak Métis government, the public can be rest assured that they meet the criteria to become a Métis citizen within Alberta. It's evidence-based citizenship is what our process is.
Right. So, and I want to delve a little further into this because a lot of the procurement abuse issues do flow from people making false claims of identity. The government members continually come back to saying this is complicated. In general terms, it's complicated. How do you think we can wade through these claims of complexity to ensure that programs that are designed to benefit Indigenous peoples are not being taken advantage of by those who are making false claims of identity?
You know, I think if the government were to apply a similar standard of verification to the Indigenous procurement process, they would be able to ensure the opportunities that were meant for Indigenous communities were awarded to Indigenous communities. We have, within our government, we have what's called Métis Works, and it is a database of Métis-owned businesses, and those businesses have been proven to be owned by Métis citizens. We have that available already.
Now, from what I understand, there's no mechanism for sort of effective ongoing communication between your business list and the government's. That the government creates their own list separately from your process. So someone could be claiming to be a Métis business from Alberta but not be on your list and still be on the government's list. And someone could be on your list but still not be recognized by the government. What are your reflections on that? And do you think it would be a fairly straightforward matter to have the government's lists incorporate by reference the lists that are used by various rights holders across the country?
Métis Works is available publicly.
Right.
Thank you very much, Mr. Genuis.
Sorry, do I have 5 minutes?
Oh, sorry,
or 6?
no, you have 6 minutes.
Thank you.
Apologies.
So, I mean, this is fairly pedantic, maybe, but I want to make sure it's very clear to the members across that if the government simply took your publicly available list and incorporated that into their list, that would seem like a pretty obvious, easy, and simple thing to do. And yet they don't do that. They have their own process.
Yeah, and as I said before, I think if the government were to apply the same standard that we do, we wouldn't have these issues.
And I think that is my time, Chair. Thank you.
For the mix-up there. So
Thank
next
you
we're
very
going to be
much.
going to our second questioner in the first round. Mr. Batiste, you have 6 minutes.
Thank you, President Andra. I'm happy that you didn't take the member opposite's debate and trying to make it seem as if Indigenous identity is a simple thing, especially Métis identity. Andrea, does the Métis of Alberta follow the Pauli test set out by the Supreme Court of Canada in determining Métis identity?
We do follow the national definition that the Métis National Council adopted, and so did our government. The Métis Nation of Alberta adopted the national definition many years ago. Every registry by a Métis government, it's up to them. We don't have any say in anybody else's registry.
So would you say there's differences amongst the different Métis organizations on how they determine Métis identity?
I would say that would be a question for other Métis governments.
Okay, so it's not simple answer or straightforward. So in my understanding of the Pauli test, there's 3 important factors. The first is self-identification, which is a very personal thing. The next is ancestry, which can, as you said, there's determined biologically, which I'll come back to you on. And the third is the community acceptance. Am I correct in understanding the Pauli test, so the 3 factors?
Yes.
So self-identity is basically someone saying, I'm Indigenous, and checking in a box, being able to prove that somehow. How does a community determine community acceptance? How do you show for the Pauli test that you've accepted a person into your community?
I am going to hand that part of the question off to Mr. Tomlinson.
Sure. So within the Otipemisiwak Métis government, within our Citizenship Act, community acceptance is defined by virtue of a citizen registering, going through the steps to register and prove their ancestry and their identity. And upon being issued their Métis citizenship ID and the number that goes along with it, that is our view of community acceptance.
So is there any way of verifying whether they've been accepted by a community? Can someone just check a box and say, I've been accepted by this community? How do you verify that community, that person has been actually accepted by the community that they say they've been accepted by?
So for the Otipemisiwak Métis government, that is the test to say that they've been verified by the community. So the community is the entirety of the Métis Nation within Alberta. By going through that process and submitting into the registry process that's laid out, and meeting those tests and those standards that are agreed upon by the entirety of the Métis Nation within Alberta.
And what
that
are
is the
those
community
standards?
acceptance piece.
Can you give us a few examples of what standards would one look at and saying, this is a part of my community and this person isn't?
Sure. So within our registry process, as you've said, there's the self-identification element. They must submit their birth records as well as a family tree. And then they must submit also, if it's not already on file or on record, the original source documents that show that they are connected to the historical Métis Nation, whether that be script certificates, death records, marriage records, that shows that they do connect to the community.
So I would say that's kind of a subjective test where you say, you know, this person is part of the community. They've gone to our events. They typically participate in our community. It wouldn't be just a one checklist of saying, you know, these are the factors of community acceptance, correct?
Do you want me to answer that?
I know it's a tough question. I know that it's never been dealt with by the courts. I know that in Daniels, they didn't figure out what that was. But I'm asking these tough questions because the Conservatives seem to think that this is an easy thing to follow. I'll move on to ancestry instead of community acceptance. But is there a cutoff threshold, like for a status Indian such as myself, there's a 2-generation cutoff. Is there an ancestry cutoff for Métis, or can you have ancestry in perpetuity and still be on that list?
There is not a cutoff.
Okay, so that there would be no threshold of identity that would say that, you know, you're just too far down the line from the original Métis. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And you could understand how, you know, we've heard from AFN and First Nations community that say, how come one Indigenous group gets a 2-generation cutoff while the other gets to have their membership in perpetuity, which I actually agree that, you know, there shouldn't be a cutoff, just for the records. What's your thoughts on that? Sorry, I guess I know these are complex questions, President. I'm just trying to show the complexities to my colleagues on the other side who don't seem to understand this. But also, just the last question, I guess, do you represent all of the Métis in Alberta, or are there different groups or factions that deal with their own things?
We represent citizens of the Métis Nation within Alberta, the Otipemisiwak Métis government. As I said earlier, we have over 70,000 verified, registered citizens that we represent.
But not the Métis settlements of Alberta, correct?
No, we don't. They are governed under their own body.
And would you say the reasons for that are simple, or would you say it's a complex thing?
It's a complex thing.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Baptiste. Prochainement, on va à Monsieur Lemire.
Next, we'll be going to Mr. Lemire. You have 6 minutes. Thank you, Chair. And thank you very much for being here. Firstly, I'd like a clarification. Are you still the Métis Nation of Alberta?
Am I on here? We are the Otipemisiwak Métis government within the Métis Nation of Alberta, also known formally the Métis Nation of Alberta.
OK. Parfait, parce que dans la convocation, vous êtes avec la Métis Nation.
Thank you, because in our notice of meeting, it says Métis Nation of Alberta. I just want to know, why did you change the name of your organization?
In 2022, we ratified our constitution, and it is the Otipemisiwak Métis Constitution. And in 2023, at our election, that constitution came into force, and our name, our government is called the Otipemisiwak Métis government.
Est-ce que vous êtes...
Are you active within the Métis National Council? And do you feel that the Métis National Council is an Indigenous organization that's also a rights holder?
I'm here and focused on the Otipemisiwak Métis government. It is the Métis Nation and our governments that are responsible for determining their own citizenship, and that's why I'm here today, is to talk about the procurement and the issues that have been going around this table.
Est-ce que la décision des tribunaux concernant
The decision made by courts regarding your membership, has it had an impact on your belonging within the Métis National Council?
I'm not sure I understand what court decision you're speaking about.
la Cour fédérale a rendu public
The federal court last March rendered a decision against the Métis Nation of Alberta, and the decision says that the agreement is too large in the people that it covers and that it was made without consulting the other Indigenous nations in the province. So do you feel that that court decision has had an impact on your membership and on your belonging in the Métis National Council?
No, it has not at all made any difference.
Expliquez-nous pourquoi.
Can you explain why the Métis Settlement Council of Alberta, the central government for the 8 settlements, is not affiliated to the Métis Nation of Alberta or the Otipemisiwak government?
Yeah, I can speak to that. So the Métis settlements operate under provincial legislation in Alberta and are a creature of provincial statutes. So they sit within their own legislative framework and have for a significant period of time, whereas the Otipemisiwak Métis government and the Métis Nation of Alberta has existed, and although being the body that led to the creation of the settlements, it exists under the Societies Act within a different frame and different legislative sphere.
What is the legitimacy of the Métis National Council? Under what legitimacy is it operating?
Again, I'm here today to talk about our government and our registry system. I didn't come here today representing Métis National Council. I'm here today representing the Otipemisiwak Métis government. And I'm also here with many of the elected officials under our Otipemisiwak Métis government, and I just want to thank them right now for attending tonight and being here to support Mr. Tomlinson and I. And we are here because this matters to us. And you can't speak about Indigenous identity without Indigenous governments at this table.
Donc, je vous pose une question à ce moment.
So could you answer the following question? What is the definition of a Métis community or a Métis identity?
I don't have the national definition up. Can you repeat the question, please?
Pouvez-vous nous donner votre
Could you provide us with your definition of a community or of a Métis community or a Métis individual based on your organization? What's their definition?
Sure, so I can speak to that. So for individuals, a Métis citizen is identified as someone who self-identifies as Métis, someone who ancestrally connects to the historic Métis Nation, and someone who then has community acceptance in accordance with our citizenship laws within the Métis Nation of Alberta and becomes registered through our registry process. The community is defined as the Métis Nation within Alberta, and that is the body and the collectivity of those citizens together residing within the provincial boundaries of Alberta at this time.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Lemire.
Thank you, Mr. Lemire.
Next, we're going to go to Ms. Idlout for 6 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, and welcome to the witnesses and the delegation that came with you. It's always good to see people come to show their support to you. My first sets of questions will be about procurement specifically, and to learn from you what your recommendations would be to ensure that the federal government is doing a better job with its with the implementation of its policies. So in previous times, we've been told by Minister Patty Hajdu that she had hosted an economic reconciliation table, and that with that dialogue, there was conversations about barriers to Indigenous procurement. So I wonder, in your view, if you have any about how federal procurement policies that support Indigenous economic development and reconciliation.
I think that, you know, the government could learn from the way that the processes that we use to verify citizens. I think, you know, having conversations with us about what I had said earlier about our Métis Works, which is already established. It's a database with verified Métis-owned businesses on it. I think that there could be a lot more collaboration, and they could learn from how we verify our citizens and our Métis-owned businesses.
The existing procurement programs account for intersecting identities such as Indigenous women and Indigenous peoples with disabilities.
My light keeps going off. So through some of the programs that we offer at within the Otipemisiwak Métis government, I'll just give one example. Through our Rupert Sand Institute, we actually, and actually Apitogasan, which is our lending institution, they actually partner and assist women entrepreneurs. We've put on different programs to help women. We actually had a conference 2 years ago, a women's entrepreneurship conference, which was very well attended. So we're doing these things already within our government, supporting. We actually also have a program for youth who are starting you know, businesses on the side. So we have all these programs already. So those are the kinds of things that we're doing within our government to support women and youth.
So you've partially answered a question that I was going to ask you, but I'm going to ask you anyway to give you another opportunity to respond. How can various levels of government ensure Indigenous businesses have the capacity and support needed to participate in government-led procurement processes?
So again, we are doing that work through our government. Most recently, actually, this fall, we held 2 procurement workshops for Métis-owned businesses that are registered already with our Métis Works program. And so they came out. We had one in Edmonton and one in Calgary. They were very well attended. And citizens were able to learn the tools and learn about resources that are available for the procurement program through the government. And we'll continue to support our entrepreneurs in Alberta with whatever kinds of programs that we're developing. We're right now actually doing consultation with citizens and entrepreneurs on our own economic reconciliation strategy. So, you know, right now, as far as any sustainable funding for us to develop programs that are sustainable, we don't have that yet. So we're, you know, working with Canada at tables to talk about things like that.
Thank you so much. I do have a bit more of an awkward question, given that Randy Boissonnault had said that initially he was Cree and then had become Métis then said that he was adopted by a Cree family, and now he's telling us that the family that adopted him, his mother and brother, are part of the Métis Nation of Alberta. Can you verify that?
Our registry is confidential. It's actually in our citizenship law within our Otipemisiwak Métis government.
Okay. One final question. You've mentioned that the Métis Works is public. Would any of the affiliations that Randy Boissonnault has claimed is on that registry list?
I don't know that.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Idlout, and that concludes our first round of questioning. We're going to move into the second round here. So first we'll go to Mr. Smale for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much to our witnesses for appearing. We do appreciate always this testimony. I didn't catch that last question from Ms. Idlout, but maybe I could ask you, Madam President, is Randy Boissonnault currently a member of the MNA?
Our registry is confidential. It is part of our citizenship law within our Otipemisiwak Métis government.
Okay. When we're talking about the MNA verifying its eligibility for businesses, claiming to be Métis status, whether legitimate or otherwise, and they're trying to access the set-asides for Indigenous contracts. Are there checks and balances to ensure that fraud-free environment?
In order for Métis businesses to be listed on our Métis Works database, they have to have their Métis Nation of Alberta citizenship card. So they've gone through the rigorous process that we've laid out tonight already.
Okay, perfect. That's good to know. So maybe you could potentially, if you care to, maybe expand on the programs and services that the MNA offers to help its citizens with, talking about navigating the various procurement opportunities or even the complex application process that does exist.
So as I had said when Lori asked her question about that, we actually just recently did 2 procurement workshops with Métis businesses that are registered on Métis Works, and are working towards our own economic reconciliation strategy. And of course, working with Canada on a nation-to-nation basis and having tables with Canada to talk about different funding that we can access so that we can support our citizens when they are starting a business, doing any kind of program when it comes to entrepreneurship. We have some programming now, as I had said earlier. We do have Apitogasan, which is our lending arm. Rupert's Land Institute offers training and workshops for entrepreneurs, and we continue to expand on all of those.
I should have asked this off the top, but I did ask this of the ministers in the last round. I asked them, is claiming Indigenous status wrong? And they agreed. I'm assuming you do as well. What kind of hurt did it cause within your nation, knowing about what Randy Boissonnault did and the events that led up to his ousting from cabinet?
Oh, I'm still on. Well, false claims of Métis ancestry most definitely harm our communities and stand to undermine our nationhood. We take these things very seriously. We take our registry very seriously, and identity very seriously. We know who we are. We know who our citizens are, and we're proud of the registry that we have.
Do you think there's, do you feel that the safeguards, if any, that the government put into place to protect against businesses or individuals falsely claiming Indigenous identity in order to secure contracts that are set aside for Indigenous peoples, do you think the government has taken enough action already to ensure that the list is as true as possible?
I think that the government, if the government were to apply a simple standard of verification to their Indigenous procurement processes, they would be able to ensure that opportunities that are for Indigenous community are going to those communities.
Yeah, tell me a bit more about that measure. How do you see it playing out if it would be implemented?
I think they could, our citizenship registry offers a model for how governments can establish a clear and enforceable measures.
I'm afraid, Mr. Smale, the time's elapsed there. But with that, we'll have to move on to our next questioner, Mr. McLeod. You have 5 minutes.
Welcome to our witnesses. It's good to see a big delegation of Indigenous visitors here in Ottawa. When the Daniels case was concluded, I went to my father, who was already around 80 years old, and I told him, I said, hey, the court case is done. We won. And he looked at me and he said, I don't really give a shit. I don't need the government to tell me who I am. And those words stuck with me. And I thought about it for a long time. And, he talked about how people were divided, how Métis are divided all across the country into different categories, different little boxes. And many people believe that it's a strategy by the government to keep the Métis down. Because if everybody worked together from all the different provinces, all the different families that were allowed to connect, we'd be a very powerful organization. And when I look in the Northwest Territories, the different classifications, there's what they call Indigenous Métis. Métis that can trace their ancestry to the Métis script signing or the treaty signing, because some Métis took the treaty status. And then there's the non-Indigenous Métis, Métis that moved in from another part of the country. And then there's Métis that just self-identify as Métis. And then there's the community acceptance Métis, people that have lived amongst the Métis that become accepted by the community. In my life, I started as a young kid as a half-breed, and then I became a Métis, and then I was recognized as Aboriginal. Now I'm Indigenous, so I'm not sure if I'm climbing up or it's just getting more terms. But I think it's not easy being recognized as a Métis if you want government to recognize you. If you're a status Indian, there is the Indian Act membership list that is tracked and babies are born, they're listed. The Métis don't have that kind of a list. So maybe I could get you to talk a little bit about the differences, how hard it is to track who's on your list and how hard it is to sign people up. I know with us, we have to do enrollments. You got to trace your ancestry. We got to dig up family trees, and we got to go back generations to make sure everybody who says who they are is who they are. And it's not easy. And in some land claims, the negotiations only have one enrollment officer. It could take 10 years just to verify who they are. And by that time, by that time, half of them are passed on, and you got to keep going. So it's not an easy process. Maybe if you could just touch on the verification process that you talked about versus what the Indian Act provides.
So as part of our process, individuals have to meet the national definition of Métis and submit an application with various documents, including a family tree, a birth certificate, identification, proof of registry, and a source of documents showing biological connection to the historic Métis ancestry, such as a script document, baptismal certificate, marriage certificate, and death records, things like this. Our registry is very robust, and we have amazing genealogists that work in our registry department. We have an amazing historical record of families that are connected within our nation, an amazing library of connections. So it is not an easy process to become a citizen of the Métis Nation within Alberta. It can take months. It can take up to a year, sometimes even a little bit longer if you have if we don't have records already. But we have 70,000, more than 70,000 people registered citizens of the Métis Nation within Alberta. So our documents are very robust. It's not an easy process, and we have lots of checks and balances. You can't, like I said in my opening remarks, our registry meets the Canadian Standards Association. We've gone through that process and been audited by the Canadian Standards Association. You can come into, you can't because it's very confidential. I'm just saying this facetiously. You could come in and grab a file out of our registry, and all of the documents would be there. And it's verified citizenship.
Thank you very much, Mr. McLeod. I'm afraid the time has elapsed. But next, prochainement, on va à Lemire pour 2 minutes.
And next we'll go over to Mr. Lemire. Thank you, Chair. I understand that it's important to have a registry and that it's important for it to be confidential. You don't want to make public who's a member of your organization, but does the government have access to that registry? For instance, if you want to award a contract or not, could the government have access to your registry or the information in it? Is it just you that can access it, or do third parties have access to it?
Under our Citizenship Act, our law, under our Otipemisiwak Métis government, the registry is confidential, the registry itself. Métis Works is something entirely different. Métis Works is a database of Métis-owned businesses that have already been verified that the owners of that business are Métis citizens, and it is a public database.
Donc, comment, de notre point de vue...
So from our standpoint, how can we tell that an organization that's recognized by you is legitimate? Because I believe First Nations are part of the solution. The registration that could be created by First Nations and for First Nations could include recognized Métis. But I'd like to understand from your standpoint how it works. If everything's confidential, how can we ensure that you aren't identifying fake Métis and that they're not going to be awarded a contract if the public at large doesn't have that information? What are the checks and balances in place?
If they have a Métis Nation of Alberta citizenship card, they're Métis. They've gone through the process that we've outlined several times tonight. And as I said in answering your last question, the Métis Works database is our database that we own, that we have verified that the Métis businesses that are on that database are Métis Nation of Alberta citizens.
Donc, nous qui avons le rôle de vérifier.
So if we're charged with making sure that public funds are well invested, how can we go about making sure? So do we ask the card from somebody who's received a contract? Is that what you recommend?
Yeah, you could, yes.
Parfait. Merci.
Merci beaucoup.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lemire.
We're going to go to our last questioner of our third panel here. Ms. Idlout, you have the floor for 2.5 minutes.
Kuya Namik, just very quickly, understanding that you've had a lot of experience accepting or rejecting people who want to be included in your membership list as Métis. Could you share with us what percentage of applicants that you've identified as being fraudulent or not Métis?
I don't think we have those numbers with us.
Have you had to reject any applicants?
Of course, yes.
Would you, at a later point, be willing to share in a written response just numbers, not people, but numbers of people that you've had to reject that tried to apply to be part of MNA?
Yeah, I can ask our registrar for that information.
I'm done.
Thank you very much, Ms. Idlout, and that concludes our third panel. I want to sincerely welcome or thank Ms. Sandmeyer and Mr. Tomlinson for appearing and being witnesses this evening, and also for being flexible and appearing at the hour that we are, given we had some delays with votes. And I do want to thank all of our audience for being here today to witness this as well. So that will conclude our panel. But before we go, I know Mr. Schmale had a question that he wanted to ask before we wrap tonight.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And I just want to continue the conversation I know we were having offline, so it's more to fill in the rest of the committee members who might not have been part of that. It was in regards to the business partners of Mr. Boissonneau that was listed in the order. I know there was some difficulty trying to track them down potentially, but you or the clerk, or the clerk through you, could give this committee an update on where that location process currently stands.
Absolutely. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Melanie and I have been actively working on trying to find Felix Papineau and Shauna Parker. We do have email addresses, different. We do have phone numbers. We do have potential social media account, which is not especially reliable. But we do have emails and phone numbers. We did send emails. We did leave voicemails, quite a few. No answer back. At this point, there is nothing that the clerk can do to pass on the invitation if the person doesn't get back to us. So we have been actively working with the Office of the Sergeant at Arms and also the Office of the Law Clerk to see other avenues on how to best be in touch and actually be successful at getting in touch with the two person mentioned.
So I just want to quickly go to Mr. Genuis, who might want to make a quick point on this too.
Yeah, I guess just a couple questions on that. So my understanding is that there's a House order for them to appear, which means that the Sergeant at Arms can already take steps to have them appear. Maybe if you can clarify that. And then secondly, have you been in touch with Randy Boissonneau himself or his office? He may have some information about how to find his former business associates that if they're trying to hide from us, that makes your job more difficult. But Mr. Boissonneau may know something, and obviously the Sergeant at Arms will have additional tools.
So we do have information on how to contact them. We do have emails, as I said, we do have phone numbers, voicemails were left, emails were sent, but if they don't get back to us, we cannot move on with the process. We have been in touch with the Office of the Sergeant at Arms and with the Office of the Law Clerk. So at this point, this is where we are at. We are looking at other ways to find them. Let's just say if there are ways that General Clerk, who is not a private investigator, we're just procedural clerks. So we are looking at options that they may, tools that they may have access to that I do not as a procedural clerk.
Right.
So this is where we're at.
Sorry, and can I just follow up with a quick question then? And I understand that your role is not the same as that of the Sergeant at Arms, but does the House Order provide the Sergeant at Arms with the tools to compel their appearance, given that we have a House Order?
Well, there's the motion of the House of this committee. There's also other motions at other committees,
right?
Which may be different. And for example, my committee has an order to summon the two individuals.
Yeah, it's
so
just
this is why I'm also here with Malachi, and this is where we are at now.
Okay, I guess I'll just put on the record that like it would be a bit crazy if an order of the House of Commons stopped at, well, we sent an email and they didn't reply, right? I mean, they have to appear. I think members agreed that they have to appear. So I understand that everybody has their different role within this place in terms of what they can do, but we would be making a mockery of our institutions if we just accepted that you could not reply to an email and that's your way to avoid accountability. That doesn't even work for library books, let alone summons to committees.
Still actively working on this.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
We are. Trust me, we are.
So with that, is it the will of the committee to adjourn? Yes. See you tomorrow morning.